Whew. I've been listening to this music for about 10 minutes now, and it feels like I've been sitting in someone's recollection, like someone's warm memory. So that this music feels like. Kind of feels like somebody's non-verbal recollection of some warm summer memory, you know, like some summer they don't remember from like childhood kind of thing. Very weird. It's very specific, but it's like it's very lovely music. Man, it's interesting. We played the first game last year, but I didn't continue the series then because it seemed to me that it was just like, okay, we'll play this game and we'll come back to the trilogy every now and then when we have time. It was just mostly, I think the first game was really good. It was a little bit short, but it was very well done. And I think it was a great example of a game that didn't need to do more because it understood what it was going for. If that makes sense. Like, I think there's a weird sort of trend going on where a lot of games have to be longer. Like everybody wants their game to be really long, or it has to be. It's like there's like a threshold where people want their game to be in terms of game time, and I don't know. I feel like that misses the point. If that makes sense. In writing, I learned from reading a book, this tiny little thing, The Elements of Style, and I remember Rule 17 is omit unnecessary words. I feel like game design could really use that. Because some side quests really do help, you know, and some extra content does help. And sometimes the story does need that extra time. But a lot of games, I feel, they could say, well, do we need to have this huge thing? Do we need to have this huge 80 plus? So maybe make it 60 or 40, you know, if they're making a really big game, or make it so if it is big, then make it replayable. Make it so that there's so much that it'd be hard to fit in. But there's nothing wrong with big games, just an idea. I've been looking forward to this one. I've told the story when we first started the first game. This trilogy I actually found on accident because I was flipping through YouTube and I saw an ad for this game only once. I only ever saw the ad once. I never saw it ever again. But I saw the ad and I'm watching it and I'm sitting there and I'm like taking in what it is and what it's advertising, and I just thought, no, this is the game I need to get. And it's very rare that a game ever does that to me now, where it's immediate, I have to go get this thing. You know, a lot of games like, oh, I'm gonna get it, you know, closer to release date, or, you know, it's on my checklist or my wish list. But this is one of those few games where it was immediately, no, I need to get on this. Which is amazing. I think it's right. I think I hold the...
Ah, I bid you welcome. I shall be your game master for this tale. It is a pleasure to have you. Now then, just like this, I will be using cards to draw you into the world of this story.
The voice actor, the narrator's different. He's a bit more optimistic, a bit more... Kind of sounds like Maruki from Persona 5. Not a bad thing. It's just like, in my head, it's like that earnest fun type of voice. Man proclaims it to be a great hero as embarked on a journey to slay the dragon. Again!
From time to time, you may be presented with choices like this.
I like... It's... we'll go with right.
Incorrect. It doesn't mean anything, but still.
Oh, man.
You're following along with all this, I trust?
Yes or no?
Moving on. I believe your experience of the story will be shaped in no small part by my narration. As such, I hope you'll have rather more fun keeping the sound on while you play. That said, rest assured that the game remains enjoyable without sound. My words will be subtitled, just as they are now.
You like to display the subtitles. Remember that? Well, yes, we're going to display the subtitles anyway, because I like that. But it's funny because this narrator definitely feels a bit more friendly Because the other one had that slight amount of edge, that snark. And I wonder if this guy will have a different form, like a optimistic form of sarcasm. We'll see. Remember, you can always change your settings later. Yep.
With the formalities sorted, we're all ready to begin the game.
I love this so much.
My. Yeah, you can hear the sound of the waves. Oh, how very evocative. Now then, let's begin our tale. Allow me to welcome you to the world of Voice of Cards. You're about to step into the shoes of the hero of this tale as he sets forth on a grand adventure. Said adventure takes place in a remote part of the sea, in which ancient traditions are alive and well. You will touch the hearts of many who dwell in this place as you journey to change fate's promise of untold ruin.
I missed this.
I believe in you. I believe your journey will be a success.
I feel like there's something very nice about a game saying, hey man, you got this. Get in there.
And on that note, it is time for that journey to begin. May the waves see you safely across the tides.
I'm very excited to see what this game has to offer. The first one was really good, so I'm very interested to see what this one has to offer. I've heard that it has improvements. Oh, that's me.
Our story begins in a secluded grotto. The sound of the waves echoes softly across the rock walls. A solitary young man stands in front of a ship floating in the water. Brush in hand, he busies himself painting the vessel.
Interesting design of this guy. He kind of looks like a Kingdom Hearts character.
Once he finishes his work, he decides to carve his name into the side of the hull. A finishing touch.
Oh, hey, we get to choose our name. Shipwright's name, Baron. Interesting name. We are going to go with our tried and true Roy. We'll play as Roy. We'll be Roy a second time. Yes, that's correct.
You carve your name in small lettering into the ship. Oh, a handsome name, that.
Oh, see, this guy's really nice about it. He is really nice. Holy crap.
This young lad is the hero of our tale, and your window into the world. You're a navigator without a ship, and your soul yearns to set out upon the ocean blue, for your own reasons. You have spent a great deal of time repairing the wrecked ship before you, in the hopes of crafting a partner, aboard which you might sail the high seas.
What an interesting introduction to the story.
The sound of a wooden box tumbling to the ground rips through the grotto. You heave a deep sigh and decide to head over to the source of the racket.
Aha. And now we have control. Find whatever made that noise. Let's see. We have our piece. Yep. Left stick in the direction you want to move. As you continue on your journey, your objective will change. Press the X button whenever you need a reminder of what to do next. You'll see cards with glowing edges on your adventure. Step onto one to trigger an event that will move the story along. There is a person.
The source of the noise turns out to be a young girl. It looks as though she has knocked over a wooden box.
She has a very
packed
pretty
with
coat.
Shipbuilding supplies, and is in quite a panic about it.
She has the I don't know if anybody would know this, the coat it's a girl from Custom Robo on the GameCube. I think it's called Battle Revolution in Japan. But it's the one that came out for the GameCube in the US, and she looks like that with like the big coat with the huge sleeves and like the very slender build.
The girl's name is Laddie. You came across her some time ago, collapsed on a beach.
Oh, we already know each other.
You attempted to bring her to a nearby village, but she was quite opposed to the idea for some reason. As such, she has been helping you repair the ship here. You're not quite sure how to respond to her knocking the box over.
What do you say to her? I'm gonna be nice. I don't like being mean to people.
It's okay, you say in a gentle, reassuring tone. Laddie's worried expression melts away, replaced by one of relief.
I appreciate that this game already gives you options to be very nice to people.
You move to leave the grotto, saying, "I'm going to the village to get some food."
I would say that.
Laddie waves goodbye, her forlorn smile seeing you
Oh,
off.
she's silent?
The young woman has lost her ability to speak.
Ah.
Neither of you have any knowledge of how she ended up in her situation, and you spend many quiet hours together in the grotto.
So she just hangs out here. That's kind of sad. Let's see. Oh.
The scent of the sea and a sense of isolation hang heavy in the air. The island is bound for ruin and has had its name since before any can really recall. This is Omega Isle.
Omega Isle, so Alpha and Omega, beginning and end. Ah, I see.
You take a deep
Wonder
breath
if there's an Alpha Isle.
and then
Alpha
set
Isle.
out for the nearby Omega Village, which shares the island's name.
I'm very intrigued. I'm already into it. Also, very happy that we have the... I'm gonna check the map really quick. I'll check the plus button anyway. Setup. What are we looking at? Decent attack, decent... like... Okay. Speed... I think the speed's a little bit... I think it's the same as the one from 1. No abilities. Okay. Do we have any equipment? Iron sword, simple breastplate, no accessories. Okay. Ah, no Mar. no funny baby dragon, as I like to call them. All right, question. Can I? Oh, you can. Okay, cool. Can I? Yep. Okay, so you can do the thing that you could do in the first game where you can click around based on where you are. Let's see, that's very cool. I am, of course, going to take the most not lateral direction towards the objective because I would very much like to make sure I know.
Beyond the pier, the ocean sprawls out in all directions, beckoning you to adventure.
I appreciate that. But I'm going to do this really quick because I don't think we're going to have... Oh.
You have arrived near the entrance of the village. You spy a shadow skulking about in the midst of a thicket.
Aww.
The shadows fall away to reveal a small monster. It's unusual to see one this close to
Look how tiny that is.
It might be cute, but it's still a monster and a threat. You must slay the beast before it can cause trouble or worse in the village.
Okay. Seems like a lot of a reaction. Ooh, battle music's pretty good too. Alright, I am gonna do... This is giving me my chance to sound check. Fight is on. Take out all the victories and all the enemies of victory shall be yours. I read too fast. Oh, we get we get a wind attack right away. Oh, that's interesting. I'm surprised by that. Let's go for that. Ooh, and the systems in the field seem to be the same. But everything's the same, but it seems like they've changed.
Good work.
They've made some small adjustments for this game. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same as the first one in terms of the base mechanics, which is that's very helpful. Like, of course, they wouldn't change a lot of things in between games, but it is nice to see it's nice to see how they approached making changes for this one. Wait, is this the whole island? Oh my god. I see. Wow, it really is just this tiny little place, huh? Oh, this island is small as heck. Spirit Spire. I'm gonna check that in a moment. Can I go here?
An old spire stands tall before you. Alas, there's little reason to go poking around within.
I see. So we won't be able to go in there until probably a story-related moment. So we'll come back to that. We will definitely come back to that. Interesting that they start you on an island that's so small.
Gorgeous flower beds burst with blossoms that will one day wilt and wither away, much like Omega Village itself.
Oh.
This is a village that has accepted its fate to be but a moment in time, destined to fade.
Well, that's depressing. Very beautiful and poignant, but a little sad. Make your way to the home of the mayor. I see. Don't suppose I have any money, do I? The old man.
An island in want of a maiden shall fall, he mutters, to no one in particular.
Okay, well that's foreboding. My house? Wait, that's my house? I have a house?
Home sweet home.
Take a rest? No, but thank you.
This is no time for a nap. You turn around and walk out the door.
I like this because it feels like a one-player D&D campaign. That's how I described the first game, and this is how it still feels.
This might be the last time I see this flower bed, the boy says, gazing forlornly at the flowers.
Well, that's... I feel like a lot of these characters are very much okay with just, yeah, this is gonna be... This is life.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
Can I buy stuff? Do I have any money? I guess is the question. 212 gold. Okay. This is the one I have. Iron sword. Oh, we have spears. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's okay. So now they have a lot more stuff available per stores now. That's cool. They definitely wouldn't need to do that, but that's kind of sick. Increased speed. Interesting, because now they have more weapons for different build types. That's very cool. Only downside is I feel like I definitely wouldn't go for anything but the... This one will lower speed by 1, but increases defense. Well, I don't really want any of those because
the proprietor asks.
Problem I have is that I usually like to buy. Yeah, we can equip stuff. I only like to buy equipment that's like an objectively better shot up.
A lone woman diligently cleans the grounds of the Maiden Shrine.
It kind of feels like I guess it fits back in with that thing I said about this game feels like a one-person D&D campaign. It feels like the game masters all have a similar set of cards but tell different stories with those cards.
I wish I got to be the maiden, the girl says mournfully, dressed head to toe in maiden garb and clearly pretending to be such.
Wonder what it means to be the maiden. What do they mean, the maiden? Oh, whoops. Interesting that they fence the area in.
You stop in at the mayor's house and discover that he already has
another
a
old
guest.
man.
The two are engaged in discussion.
Oh, funny. He has a...
You listen in and learn that they are troubled by monsters that have appeared near the village and have been devouring precious stores of food. The villager sighs deeply. I suppose it's about the end for the village, they say flatly before departing the mayor's home.
The mayor's outfit perturbs me.
The man left standing in the room has a certain sagacity about him. He notices you waiting and inclines his head in greeting.
I also love the word choices they have in this game. They clearly got to have a lot of fun with just invoking this otherworldly tone by just using words like sagacity.
His name is Grief. As
Grief.
The village's mayor, he spends his days dealing with all manner of happenings around town. He looks to be at a loss over the damage being caused by the monsters. It would likely be a simple matter for you to deal with the beasts.
I'll get rid of the monster.
You offer to deal with the monsters, and Grief replies with his thanks. You're always a big help.
It's interesting looking at...
This is part of your daily routine. You work to sort out the village's troubles in order to procure food to eat.
It's kind of fascinating seeing that they give you this, they give you... This game did that with the other one, with the first time too, where they have this backstory that you are also sussing out while you're going through. And this one, they're keeping it relatively simple, so I'm wondering if the complexity will be in the characters we meet on the way. Let's see.
A monster has appeared before you. It holds what's left of a piece of fruit in its teeth, and its mouth moves restlessly.
I like that fruit's capital F. Capital F fruit.
With a sigh, you mutter, "Let's get this over with then, and ready your weapon."
The monsters here are just tiny little babies. Thankfully, we won't have to run into anything too dangerous. I will say the combat system here...
Fight 'em off.
I will say the combat system here really does feel like The best way I can describe it is it feels like something that could very easily have be a real game. You know, like a very real card game. I could see this being built for real. There we go, 1 out. I might be able to get away with just attacking the second one, but play your hand wisely. I could do that. Oof. I'm not too worried about these fights, but I'm pretty sure just spamming air thrust in these fights will probably secure victory in most cases. Most cases. I think it's like 4 or greater. I think it's if I roll a 4 or higher on these guys, I can instant win. Which essentially means I have a 50% chance of a one-shot knockout when I fight these guys. That's not too bad. That's kind of nice. We got experience and gold. And I leveled up. Oh man, I haven't heard that in a while. I like that also they obviously did new music for the game, but I like that they're keeping familiar sound effects for certain things. Like leveling up, having a new one is good.
Practice skill, you
That's very
swing your
cool.
weapon. The blade flashes through the monster's throat.
And he's dead.
Merciless. Perfect aim. It would appear that you are quite accustomed to killing. You wipe the blood off your weapon. As you do, you notice a shadow in the distance. Another monster, perhaps? Silently, you creep up on the shadow and bring your blade down on it with practiced speed. But the shadow nimbly evades your strike and runs off.
That's not great.
Whatever the shadow was, it was taken aback by your unexpected assault. It looks like it ran off in the direction of the spire near the village.
Oh, so we do have to go back there. Okay. This should be pretty good then. Your HP is low. Either use a healing item from your own cards or rest at your home in the village. Your cards? No. I'm only missing 3 health, so I'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be just fine for a little while. At the very least, I'll be fine for a little bit. The thing I'm worried about right now is if we need to get those.
You stand before the Spirit Spire, said to have been erected to protect the island. Yet with the villagers having accepted ruination, it now stands forlorn, an edifice without a purpose.
I do wonder if those tarot cards, because we had to find those tarot cards for the true ending in the first game. I'm curious if we need to find them again in this one.
This place, so named for the spirits themselves, is one that the villagers do not enter. Despite this, you say to yourself, I have to get rid of the monster, and decide to profane the place with your presence.
Well, that's lovely. Well, we'll take a quick gander around. We'll see what's up. I'm sure this will be fine. At least I've gotten a little bit more accustomed with how to search areas in this one. Door.
There are some words etched into the door, but they are weathered and difficult to read.
Should I read them? Should I read them?
Worried though you are about whatever the words might say, you nonetheless try pushing the handle. With some protest, the door groans open.
I'm really intrigued by the fact that this is one of the few places with music that has an audible singer. Hello.
You spy the shadow of the monster you had countered earlier. Your insight that it had taken refuge in the spire has proven a good one. The shadow notices your presence and flies off at blinding speed. You can't help but admire the rapid escape, though it looks like you're back to chasing after a shadow.
Okay. So we're gonna be giving chase for a while, I see. Okay, well it went left, so I'm gonna check right first. Kind of feels like the spire feels more like a lighthouse than a... Nope. Feels more like a lighthouse than anything. Curious how that will... Nope, dead end. Good to check. Wait. I'm gonna go stand there and see if there's anything there. Nope. Okay. Good to check, though. Good to check. Let's see. Yeah, because there's a lot of this game. Like it's one of those things that makes sense in hindsight when you say, "Oh yeah, these games have a lot."
You survey your surroundings, relying on the shafts of sunlight filtering in through the windows. However, you're unable to see the monster from where you are.
But I think the fact that this game knew it's clearly so far it's borrowed a fair bit from the first one, but the story inherently gives it something different to work from, because you're working with a character and a narrator that offer something different. And I think that's going to pan out to be a fascinating twist in the story. I am going to flip everything over because I'm curious. And I need to get in the habit of this anyway, because I remember that last time it was very important for me to check everything, so it'll be good for me to do so. At least to get in the habit of it again.
In the back of the large hall, there is an altar.
Nice. That's a nice art, though.
Which evinces a sense of deep mystery.
Evinces? That's a new word. I don't even know what that one means. What does the word evince mean? I think it's similar to evokes, but... Reveal the presence of a quality or feeling. Oh, it reveals the presence of. Interesting. Interesting choice of word. That's a very good word. I like that. Evinces. That's a good one.
The altar is wrought of a strange kind of stone. Its surface polished smooth. It looks as though it's meant for use in some important ritual.
I'm already fascinated.
You approach the altar to check that there are no places for monsters to hide themselves away inside it.
Maiden here.
In reply to the mysterious and unidentifiable voice that suddenly rent the silence, you ask in a sharp tone, "Who's there?"
I appreciate it's the language in this game that's really fascinating. I love the writing. I spirit.
You strain your ears, trying to make out the broken snippets of words echoing off the chamber walls.
Lottie.
After speaking a word that rings familiar to your ears, Laddie.
Laddie.
The voice becomes impossible to hear. It cannot be. Could you truly have heard the voice of the spirit from the Maiden's myth passed down on the island?
So Laddie is important to this place?
All signs of the monster you were in pursuit of seem to have vanished. For the time being, you decide to return to the village and report your success.
The music here is it's very good. I think it's nice because it's not so emotional that it, kind of makes this a little too heavy, but it's contemplative music, and I think that's really good. It's fascinating to listen to. You could definitely listen to this for a very long period of time. I could absolutely listen to the music from the Voice of Cards games for a very long time. I think oh, enemy appears. Oh, we have enemies now? Okay, cool. I did not know we had random encounters already. That's good to know.
Don't hold back.
Interesting. I'm surprised that we already have enemies, but at least here. So I'm surprised that we're already at this point, so let's see if we can't just knock one of them out right away. Oh, that was a total whiff. Holy crap. Ow. I'm gonna try it again, but... Ow. I'm gonna try it on this one. Blech. And my power is not very good. So it's explaining the elements, because they'll take more damage if they're weak to it, less if they're not. So it's important. So it'll be important for later to consider it when I learn weaknesses. It's more helpful when you have weaknesses as a thing you can use like regularly. Because when you can expose weaknesses, you can do a lot of cool stuff with it, but Okay, this one can heal. I'd really prefer he doesn't do that. Ah, crit. Okay, cool. Crit mattered.
Fortune favors the bold.
Crit did indeed matter. I have to check something real quick. Hey, 12 damage. Not too bad. I think that's a level up at this point. Yeah, it is. Okay. Try attack. Deal damage equal to a value of 3 rolled dice. That's an interesting one, because that could be 3 damage or it could be 18. Okay, so question. Oh, nope, we just go. I'm curious if if it'll be one of those we have a lot of random encounters, or if we're gonna have only a couple. It does mean that fights will be easier, but oh.
When you arrive at the mayor's house, there is a young visitor already there.
Lady.
She looks to be making an impassioned request of Greeth. In a wearied voice, Greeth replies, "There is no longer any maiden in our village." Admonished, the girl leaves the house with disappointment written across
What
her
defines a
expression.
maiden?
You inform the mayor that you've taken care of the monsters around town. As thanks for completing the job, the mayor hands you a basket of fruit.
That looks like the most perturbing fruit I've seen.
Good, you think to yourself. Another day, another basket of fruit.
The fruit. Turn to the secret grotto. I see. You can read special stories about the characters and enemies among your collected cards. Progress through the enemy, defeat the myriad enemies in your path to collect every special story. Your collection, not right now. We will check it out later, though, but we don't need to do that right now. We can go. We don't really have... Well, we have money, so I guess I could buy a new weapon. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I could probably check something out. 266, never mind. We have no money. In terms of money, we have no money. I'll have to think about that. Well, I think saving up is going to be a good idea right now, but... Let me go check the Maiden Shrine really quick and see if there's anything going on here.
The windows are closed, and it's too dark to see much inside.
Okay.
All sound seems to fall away.
So... Very quiet. Nice place to sit if you need to think about stuff. You're contemplative in your mood, in your ideas. What I'm surprised by is I thought this was going to be... You jump over to upward facing terrain cards. Yep, so you can... This is basically this game's equivalent, I'm going to say in quotes, to fast travel. Because I can just skip right over to where we want to go. It'll make travel a lot faster when we unlock bigger areas and have more of the world to explore. Hi, laddie.
You re-enter the grotto and announce your return. On a normal day, Laddie would already have zipped over to greet you. But today, nothing.
Oh, laddie. Laddie. Well, I've been told of this abnormality, so what's going on?
You walk over to Laddie and discover that she is sound asleep.
Wonder if that coat is warm or if it just, like, only warms her arms.
Life in the grotto is not one of creature comforts. Rather, a fair few inconveniences.
He deserves...
You've tried several times to bring Laddie to the village, but she was adamantly opposed on every occasion.
Given how everybody talks weirdly about, maidens, I can see why.
You sometimes catch glimpses of her face while she sleeps. Always it is contorted in anguish, as though she is in the throes of a terrible nightmare.
Well, that's lovely.
You notice a bulky book lying open next to Laddie, filled with carefully drawn words and images. It seems to be some kind of picture book that Laddie made herself.
Perhaps you might like
You
to
know,
take...
I confess,
He's a bit curious himself.
Unable to overcome your curiosity, you decide to take a look at the
I'm gonna be
picture book.
impulsive. I'll look. I'll look really quick.
Beside evocative images of deep forests and towering mountain ranges, Laddie has written a story.
I hope she
patterned
doesn't
after
feel bad
Maiden's
that we read it.
The picture book story is set in a small village replete with nature. The village enjoys the promise of peace and tranquility, thanks to the young woman born to be the Maiden. The Maiden goes before the altar to perform a ritual, which invokes the power of a great spirit to protect the village. You look over the artwork, a spitting recreation of the altar you saw in the spire, and think back on the mysterious voice.
I think I'm more concerned at what would happen to Laddie if we took her over there to do that.
The voice claimed it was a spirit, and you're certain it spoke Laddie's name. You were so caught up in the thoughts racing through your head that you failed to notice Laddie had awakened. Laddie seems embarrassed that you've seen her book.
Aw.
Tears prick the corners of her eyes.
Aw, well, now I just feel awful.
If Laddie were indeed the Maiden, it would be no exaggeration.
Hey Drifter, how's it going today?
The very light of hope.
We
A
have
protective force that could save the island from its encroaching ruin.
we have started our adventure, but we're learning stuff. Haven't been the first in a while. Yeah, it's been a quiet Wednesday. I think this week is rather busy. First full week of March and all that. Seems to be the Wednesday move. How's it going though?
With faint expectation tightening your chest, you consider taking her to the altar in the spire.
Stories are they've been doing a great job setting up the story already. I'm very excited. Speak with Laddie again. Oh boy, poor Laddie. Hello.
You've given Laddie some of the fruit you brought back.
Doing good. Still keeping with 100
She
push-ups
dreamily
daily.
stuffed some of it
Jeez,
into her
insane.
mouth. Maybe she likes it. You hope so. Your stomach rumbles as you watch her, and together, the two of you enjoy a light meal.
I already did 90 this morning. Sheesh. That's some good stuff. Oh, I should probably save. I can save the game. 90 push-ups is insane, though. Did 130 yesterday. Sheesh. That's very good, though. It takes a heck of a lot to do all that, so it is very impressive. Persistence in building a habit can be in sets of 30. It's still really good though. I did just save, so we're good. We're gonna be good. Oh, event. Oh, we have events now.
From out of nowhere, a sweet fragrance wafts over you. You look up to see ripe fruit in the
A good
tree
habit
above.
comes after persistence and time, so.
There's a reasonably sized stone at your feet. A precise pitch at the tree's bough could knock some fruit loose.
I'll try it.
You take the stone in hand and wind up.
I want to see what happens. Roll a 3 or 4 for a successful throw. Oh, only a 1 in 3, huh? 5.
Your pitch strikes a ripened fruit dead on. Its splatter rains down upon your heads.
Multiple party members took 5 damage for fruit? Boy, how the heck? I'm gonna go fight an enemy because I wanna regain some sanity from losing to fruit. Lost health to fruit.
And fight.
Deal damage, charge, or... Oh, that's interesting. She has no attack magic right now. Which I can only really do these at like 11 p.m. right before I sleep or early in the morning before I head out to work. Yeah, it can be rough when you have to make time. You have to. It's tough when you have to make time for stuff like that, where you have to slot it in essentially somewhere in the middle. That is really tough. That can be rather tough, yeah. One HP. Yeah, I could see that being tough though. We could just slap him. I think it's especially tough when you have to put it in time that is normally spent doing like, you know, resting or doing other stuff. So it can be difficult. I can see that. All right, let's do 3 rolled dice. Oh, 14. Hey. That was pretty good, actually. Not too bad a fight. And these early level ups will help us out later. Hey, we have a Thunderbolt. Yeah, I can reasonably understand that. You know, it's like, it's tough to... I think it's especially tough when it's something that has to come in between other stuff. Okay, we'll just go to the Spire. I don't need to... I shouldn't be grinding. We just started the game. I shouldn't be grinding. It's the first hour.
You take Laddie with you and return to the Spire.
Laddie's beloved if unassuming staff.
As you approach the entrance of the Spire, the staff that Laddie clutches close begins to emit a faint light.
I'm curious if...
Seeing the mysterious light, you are convinced Laddie has a deep connection to the Spire.
I really hope...
Her expression uneasy. Laddie
Aww.
takes hold of your sleeve with a tentative touch.
Yeah, you're able to do so many now. I started at the beginning of the year. I was only able to do like 10. That's really good, though. Well, and working on the body is an important aspect of wellness, I believe. You know, it's like, because I think a great many people imbalance themselves purposefully. You know, they do too much for their mind, and their body isn't getting enough. But when you treat your body, your mind is the floor of your mind, like in terms of how good it can be, is raised when your body is strong. So when you work on body and mind together, the two come together, and I think that working on the strength of your body and working on, you know, being physically healthy and fit, I think it's virtuous and helpful. All right, come on, laddie. We're gonna go see if that altar is freaky or not. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, laddie. I am very scared for her safety, so I don't want to make her... I don't really want to take her up here, to be honest, but...
You stand before the altar once more, bathed in an air of mysticism.
I don't want to take her up here.
The light emitting from Laddie's staff intensifies, as if indicating its destination.
It's like, I don't want her to be up here, but I know we're coming up here. The Maiden. I don't want to bring her up here, to be honest. I don't think it's good for her.
In response to the enigmatic voice, Laddie's staff exudes a dazzling light.
Oh.
A spirit appears right before your eyes. Well, maybe it's a spirit? It's some kind of strange stuffed animal.
What are you? I am the spirit, calf. Why do you have a nose? No, it's a good card to climb up there. Very true.
Affecting a voice of considerable gravitas and choking itself in the process. This creature is called Lack. Though you cannot be certain it speaks the truth, it claims to be a spirit. You approach, hoping to ask about the Maiden, but with blinding speed, Lack zooms behind Laddie, putting her between you as a
Why is it sitting in her hood? What the heck?
You're the one from before, Lack says, quaking.
Oh.
It would appear that you're mistaking the creature for a monster, and doggedly chasing after it has made it rather afraid of you.
Does Laddie like it? You have anything you'd use to make amends? You want this fruit, my good man? Yes. How about the fruit?
You hold out an offer of reconciliation, and Lack takes it and immediately starts munching
How does the
away.
puppet eat?
Between bites, it says, "You've got some good taste."
Hand it my sword or my potion.
You're not really sure if the make good worked out. But in any event, Lack looks willing to listen to you now.
Well, that's good. I fed of all things, feeding the little creature does indeed make it friends. Food makes friends.
You ask about the maiden once more, and Lack begins to talk a lot. It seems to enjoy doing
Absorbs the juices into its fabric through osmosis. It seems like it can eat, but I'm curious to its machination.
Just as the maiden's myth handed down amongst the denizens of the island suggests, it explains, Laddie was indeed born to be the maiden here.
Wait, then how did...
However, she was unable to take up her role. This has caused no small amount of distress over the island's inevitable destiny to sink beneath the raging waves. Lack concludes with a proposal. How's about you go and meet with the other maidens and fetch the maiden's relics?
The what?
As you had hoped, Laddie appears to be the key to the island's salvation.
I guess I'm curious why. I guess it's like, are we saving this island because it's home, or are we saving the island because it's the right thing to do? Ask what Lack means in greater detail.
This island is not the only one home to a spirit. There are islands throughout this
interesting.
archipelago, and upon each dwells one of the 4 maidens who govern their own spirit. The self-proclaimed spirit explains that if you bring the maiden's relics that each of these maidens possess back to this spire, Laddie will be able to become a maiden herself.
So essentially, we can make her into someone who has magic or strong magic by asking other people to help us out.
Laddie shows the staff in her hand, wearing an expression that seems to say, "This is a maiden's relic."
Laddie, how does Laddie's expression say that? It's like she gives a reassuring grunt, and it's like, ah yes, this is I can understand everything. It's like Chewbacca. He just makes a noise, and Han Solo says, "Yep, okay, I got you. I understand everything you said. I have everything." Ask what Lack means in greater detail. If
Laddie becomes a maiden and performs the maiden's ritual at the altar,
please tell me that doesn't kill her.
The island can be saved.
I would be very scared if it would hurt her in any way.
You ask, should we kill the maidens and steal the relics? Laddie shakes her head rapidly, as if to insist that you definitely should not do that.
Why does my character is basically the D&D fighter who was taught nothing but fighting. He doesn't know anything else. He's like, so should I just hit them in the head with a sword? And it's like, what? No.
As Lack explains, each maiden has an attendant, an escort, and protector. This would make it difficult to take the relics by brute force.
So we have to play nice. By the way, her jacket is fabulous. Oh, I love the jacket.
The world-changing immensity of what you have just learned echoes in your mind. It takes you a little while to fully...
Honestly, the drip in Voice of Cards games is really good. I actually like the outfits a lot. We saw it a lot with the characters from the first game. I really liked the outfits of our main party. Except for, I guess Bruno's outfit is a little bit weird because he doesn't wear one. Mans is dressed like a Pillar Man from JoJo's. But, no, Laddie's outfit is very pretty. I think she's very cool. She looks very nice. I like our guy's outfit, too, a little bit. It's like somewhere between old baggy pirate clothes and decent armor. I'm like, that's not too bad.
But it does just so happen you've been readying a seaworthy vessel for your own purposes.
I want to go...
You accept Lack's proposal to help Laddie become a maiden.
It's a bit strange that the two of them have both L's in their name, but I understand. Lack has joined your... Wait, Lack is a party member? Leave the tower? Oh.
So, you want me to poof you back to the entrance?
Yeah, sure.
You decide to make for the spire's...
I love that the narrator in this game is so goofy. That thing where it's such a unique shape that you can identify her through a silhouette. Yeah. Where if you look at the character, you can... It's nice when it's not... The characters in this game are in the Voice of Cards so far. Every character has a unique silhouette. If it's a main character, their silhouette is very easy to spot. Come to think of, actually, no, I think all the characters have pretty... It's pretty easy to spot each archetype. Okay, let's see. Abilities. What can Lack do? Not abilities. Okay, skills. Poke. That's all you do? My guy. My guy. He does nothing. He really does just show up, doesn't he? Oh, you know what? I should have saved. Hang on, let me save. I'll try to be good and save more often. This is only the prologue. That's amazing. Yeah, I remember. God, the names are gonna bother me. I'm gonna go look it up. It's one of those things where it makes me feel bad because the name, like some character names, just leave my brain. What's her name? I know Ridis had a really good, Melanie. That was her name. I don't know why I forgot Melanie. Because I remember, because Melanie was the mage in our group in the first game. And Melanie's silhouette was very unique. It was very specific. She also looked heckin' cool. Oh, we have to go here? Oh, I see.
Accompanied by your new allies, you make to enter the village.
Yeah, immediately.
But Laddie seems to find something about this idea disagreeable and clings to a tree nearby, refusing to budge. Oh, I got this one, says Lack, evidently with some kind of plan in mind. The fluffy creature begins to chant a sort of mysterious spell.
Wuna waka, wuna waka. Oogadaba. Hits him with the boogadaba.
Suddenly, Laddie's face is transformed into that of an odd old man's.
Why?
Laddie touches her transformed visage and then gives a thumbs up, perhaps as if to say, good job.
Hi, Crooked. Oh, good lord. I like how he's like, oh yeah, I'll give you a transformation so you can go in without issue. I got you.
You are a god. But Laddie looks sideways at you as she walks into the village, her identity now safely hidden.
I like how she's like, I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be known when we go into the village. Why did you have to turn your face into that, man? We literally could have just, okay, whatever. Visit your abode at Omega Village. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Agog. Agog.
This is your home. A desk pushed up near the wall is adorned with an unfurled map and a
I
scatter.
feel like Agog is such a great term. It's the face equivalent of having your head ajar.
The navigation map is of your own design and depicts the various islands in this region of the sea.
I see.
It contains information on the maidens of those nearby islands, culled meticulously from books and the tales of passing travelers. Before all of this, you had found yourself unable to merely sit and watch the village's decline, and so planned a voyage to seek aid from the maidens of the other islands.
It's interesting because this game is kind of like the weird way to put it, but it feels like it feels a little bit like Skies of Arcadia, where you have to get in a boat and just like I think we're gonna be spending a fair bit of time in boats. So I'm curious if we'll actually be moving in a boat around.
After popping into the back room, you emerge with a carefully polished ship's wheel and present it to your companions. It is the final piece of the ship you restored at the grotto. With it, you will finally be able to set sail on the voyage you have dreamed of.
Hope everyone's doing well today. I've been very excited to play this, so I'm very fascinated to see where the story goes today.
You have made ready for the voyage, but before you set sail, you decide to stop in at the mayor's to say your farewells.
I feel like that's a bad idea, given that we have Laddie with us, and I imagine Lack's spell is probably going to drop at a very inopportune moment. Because that's good. That would be the exact time that it would be bad for that to go down. The worst time for that spell to drop would be when we get there.
Eyes fall over the unfamiliar face behind you. And who do we have here?
Well, who do we have here? My girlfriend. Oh my god, that'd be so awful. Just hit him with the girlfriend claim. I imagine he would do it. You know you wanna. God, it feels like just some guy. I don't know, some dude. Dude, man.
At your quick response,
Blinked a few times in confusion.
A few times in his eyes dart back and forth between the pair of you, as though his brain is putting together the pieces of a complex puzzle. At length, he offers his deep nod. You'll need to clear up the misunderstanding later. Changing the subject, you explain to the mayor that you'll be leaving the village for a little while on a voyage to save the island. You felt sure that the mayor, with his love of the village, would see you off with a smile.
Uh-oh. They're not with me, they're just around me.
And yet the moment you explain that you found a maiden who can save the island, his attitude changes like the fickle sea winds, and he voices opposition to your journey.
Oh.
This island is destined to meet its end, he says. You can practically sense him digging his feet in.
Well, that's not good.
You cannot fathom why he, the mayor of the village, would believe something like that.
You know what's the only thing that's giving me the, oh no, this guy is not a good person? It's mainly because his outfit seems similar to the guy from the first game.
Though each of you hold the island in your hearts, you cannot reconcile the difference of opinion. Like lovers going their separate ways after an acrimonious spat.
What?
It looks as though you will be setting out on bad
I have never
terms.
heard the phrase acrimonious spat, and that's amazing.
You believe that your desire to save the island will prove to be the right perspective.
I think so too. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna leave. I'll see you guys later. Whee. This game has a vocabulary. I think that's one of its greatest strengths, is it feels like you're reading a book in some places. Because this is one of those few game series that ever actually does the second person perspective, basically. And it feels like you're playing a choose your own adventure book just as much as you're playing a video game. And that's really cool. Head to your ship in the secret grotto. Boat. Boomed.
Your ship. Your trusted
Or perhaps a
companion.
word of the day calendar that they're trying to make
Once
use
a
of.
mere wrecked husk that you labored to bring back to life with months of sweat and toil. You climb up to the stern, and with every bit of care you can muster, you attach the wheel. The final stroke upon the canvas.
Can I name the boat?
At last, your ship is finished.
At least Laddie's back to normal.
The vessel's design is patterned after a great whale. There are a number of mismatched parts, but that particular quirk only makes you love it all the
Oh,
more.
it's a whale? It's a whale ship. Oh, that's adorable. Look at it. It's a whale ship.
As you look over your handiwork, you realize that your companion on this upcoming journey will need a name. What would a fitting name be, you ponder?
Your companions appear to be looking to you expectantly. I kind of want to ask Laddie's opinion. Oh, yeah, Laddie.
Laddie tears a page from her book and then scribbles a name down on it. In her small handwriting is written, the Bon Vent.
Bon vent? I'm gonna go see what that means in French. Is that the way he pronounced it? I'm guessing it's French, but might be Italian. But I'm using Babelfish, which has like a 23% ratio of being correct. Oh man, I remember remember that joke when it was still relevant. Oh man, nobody uses Babelfish anymore. Or Spanish. Or no, French. I need to read. I remembered Spanish because I was remembering Babelfish for some reason. Oh, the good luck. Oh, my boy. Echo, how's it going today? The good luck. The ship is named the Good Luck. Yes.
According to Lack, The words are a kind of prayer in the language of the spirits for safe passage when bidding one farewell on a long journey.
Wait, are you telling me that that French is the language of the spirits in this world? Wait, what? The French? Wonder what it is in the Japanese writing. Do they use, like, what language do they use there?
A farewell said before long journeys. The words could make a fitting appellation for your ship.
Appellation. Again, this is the wording.
You're unsure of just how much you ought to trust Lack, or his skill with words. But nonetheless, decide to go with Laddie's suggestion.
You published your first thing on itch.io today. Ooh, this is excellent. How are you doing? I'm feeling quite good as well. That's very excellent, though. I'm going to celebrate your work first because your work is excellent, and I'm very excited that you got to put stuff out. I did do something today, but I will not talk more about it until it's actually out, because Amazon does their thing and has to review stuff. But what'd you put up on itch.io? I don't think you were mentioning this much, but I'm doing quite well. How are you doing?
You load up the Bon with the
This is
necessary
excellent. This is good.
provisions.
Oh, I already said how you're doing. My
Preparations
brain's
for
like,
your departure
but like,
are now
my brain's still catching back up. I've been working a lot today. I've been like, the last 2-3 days I've been sitting with a guitar all day and just doing stuff with a guitar. It's very good, and it's educational music writing, but it's also a lot of time spent with like my back engaged, with back muscles engaged. We shall let's set sail for the journey of the
You
maidens.
throw your hands upon the ship's wheel and shout, "Weigh anchor!" with gusto. Your voyage has begun.
Oh, the good luck. I love this ship. I like Laddie's suggestion. This name is nice. That's very good. I think when you get to publish something, it's a wonderful feeling. A dithering matrix for Asperite. Oh, wait. Spirits dwell upon an archipelago surrounded by sparkling seas. Oh, we get the thing. It is on these islands that maidens, guarded by their tenants, perform a vital ritual. These spirits have helped them keep the island safe since time immemorial. Yet one of these isles lacks a maiden and can do nothing but await its ruination. Young seafarer searching for a way to save his home meets a mysterious maiden who's lost both her powers and her voice. Self-proclaimed spirit tasks them with gathering the maiden's relics. And so they set sail to see the isles and hear their tales. A dithering matrix for a separate pixel art program is for the gradient tool. Instead of smooth gradient, uses the dithering matrix instead. Very cool. That's awesome. That's really cool, man. It's always I think that the first publication of any kind, or the first time you get to put something out there in the world, it's very unique.
Your ship had long since forgotten the taste of seawater.
Wait till you see. Ooh.
It nonetheless cuts through the waves like a fillet knife through fresh fish.
That's an interesting term.
It is your first sea voyage. Laddie's eyes glitter as she looks out at the horizon, stretching ever onward over the endless blue expanse.
Cool. How do I drop the link? You can drop it here, yeah. And then you can make sure you put it up in the probably self-promotion in the Discord.
She opens up your homemade navigation map, checking the locations of the islands where the other maidens live.
Oh, we have a little boat thing too.
On the island to the south of here lives a beauteous maiden garbed in azure robes, as though the sky itself is wrapped around her.
Okay.
After closing up the map, you grasp the wheel like a familiar old friend and tell the ship where you'd like to go. You now have free rein to sail across the sea as you see fit. New tales await you when you put into port on an island where a maiden dwells.
Venture south of Mega Island, search for the island's entrance. Oh my goodness. You can now that your ship is complete, you can sail the seas. Your piece will automatically change on land or sea. Oh, we have a boat piece now. That's adorable. I love this. Interesting that it changes automatically when we land somewhere. Interesting. Also, man, oh god, the fights are gonna be rough, aren't they? Thunderbolt, this one. Let's see if Thunder does anything. Oh, instant kill though. Nice. Nice. Instant death. Deal damage. Let's see how much this boy does. 9. Wait, he does a lot of damage. What? That's kind of amazing. I was expecting to do very little. Okay, so these fights aren't too bad. I say as we... What I might want to do then is... Thank you, Hecko. My brain just was like, oh yeah. Inflict attack down if roll is 4 or greater. Oh, he has the ability to lower attack. That's probably going to be super helpful in certain fights. So we're going to do our usual thing in this game, which is scan everything. Oop. Your party makes land. The sea at last. Okay, that's actually super cool. It's actually super neat.
A large chest floats in the water before you, no more than an arm's length away.
Reach out and grab the chest. Yeah, sure.
You take hold of the chest and pull it forward. When you do, the lid springs open, and empty bottles, broken ornaments, and other useless odds and ends roll out. Your shoulders sink in disappointment.
I will say it's going to be interesting because hopefully by the end of the week, the books command will probably have it'll definitely have should have a new link in there, so that'll be very cool.
Just as you begin to sniffle, Laddie picks up something from the heap of junk and shows it to you with an elated smile.
Generate 3 gems. Oh, a Soothstone. Well, that's nice. I like also that maybe it's just because I appreciated that with Melanie we built up a friendship with her over the course of the game, but I like that your main character and Laddie are already they're already friends. They act like they're already buddies, and I think that's nice. Like, yeah, they do things that bother each other, but it's one of those that it feels endearing that they mess with it, that they seem to understand each other's feelings well, so that's good. It feels nice to see them interact.
Congrats.
He's very surprised that I'm just slapping around the enemies. Alright, level 4. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll level up more than enough by just exploring everything. If we do a spiral formation, we might be able... Like a spiral search pattern. We'll probably find pretty much everything we need in the game. So I'm not too worried about missing anything this time around. I am worried that we have to find those tarot cards again.
Fight him off.
Let's see. Go for the. Let's see if this one's still weak. Let's see if this one's weak to lightning as well. I'm very excited for the. Very excited for the projects I have this year planned out. I know that right now the current set of projects coming out this week. I'm gonna be very happy that both of them are done, that both projects are done. But it's also going to be a bit confusing for me when it's like the hope is that I get to Friday and the most I really have to do in terms of work is promotion work. You know, just making sure that the word's out and I put out all my stuff. So. But man, it's gonna be interesting to. Oh, we can't have our attack or defense lowered. That's crazy. Wait, so this main character can't have his stats lowered. That's actually kind of an impressive passive ability. View your abilities. Yeah, I want to. Yes, I do. I want that on all the time. Are you kidding me? That's like the best one. Yeah, unshakable. Holy crap. That's an insanely good power. Just means that like a good chunk of status ailments just can't do anything.
Ahoy, matey.
Wait, maybe you could feel the sea breeze. Oh, I'm sad I cut him off, but I love this. I love the narrator in this one.
Whirlpools are a common occurrence in this area of the sea. It doesn't seem like your ship is capable of crossing them.
That's perfectly fine. I'm not about to cross them. However, I'm gonna find where they are. I'm gonna locate where they are so we know the boundaries of the map that we have right now. So it's kind of funny because I made the comment that this is kind of like Skies of Arcadia, but I guess it would be as apropos to say this is it's kind of like a, it is pretty much Skies. It feels like there's a lot of similarities in the story structure when you have ship-based movement. Like any story that takes a lot of its time and story on the open seas, I think is, or the open skies, depending on, you know, what your ship type is. But I think the sailor pirate type story can be very interesting to. Oh wow, 3 misses. I missed every single possible hit. All right, hit him. But I did notice that the music doesn't shift when we're in certain fights right now, so I wonder if different battle music is associated with boss fights instead. Sharpness. Add value of roll to target's attack for 3 turns. That I am also noticing that a fair number of abilities have your target of any elemental res status ailments restore 10 health. Else for 100 G. That's actually kind of good. Interesting that you get an ability that, because that ability to
Oh yeah, you can't
cross whirlpool cards. I like that he has to explain it. I like that this guy's polite. Okay, how many? All right, I just want to see how far can I? Oh, never mind. Rocks. How big is the open sea? Oh boy. We are past the hour mark. How's everyone doing today? I spent a lot. I've been really cooking on work lately, which has been very nice. But it's also been a little bit stressful, but I think it's only because it's one of those times where when it's time for a project to go out the door, I think it can be more stressful when you're looking at a project about to go out the door. It is cathartic when it's out the door and it's, you know, it's left, but it's also like, it's also fascinating. It's fascinating how that can feel.
The great.
Oh, I keep moving when he types. So he keeps saying things and I keep moving because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna keep moving. Yeah, hopefully I hope the new and the optimism in me is that the new album will be out on my hope is that it'll be out on, I want to say Friday, but if I can get it done by Thursday evening, that would also be nice. But I'm probably just gonna release it on Friday, like during the day, rather, so that it's a little bit easier on me. So I do think that it would be a bit much on me to try and push that. But we'll see, we'll see. I think we'll see how it happens. Let's see, that's 9. Oh, what a crit. 1 HP. I'm hoping that the new album, the album I've written for this time is, I referred to it as the Etudes because I wanted to make a music album specifically for practicing new tricks and techniques. So I experimented out of my usual comfort zone with music, and that was nice. And it feels nice to be able to try new things, you know, try different techniques and stuff. Oh, yeah, shipwreck.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful.
500 G? Okay, that's a very important discovery. Actually, holy crap.
When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
Okay. So a one-time reward of cash flow is, that's actually pretty good. Ominous, a little bit. Ghost money. Just ghost money. I see.
And fight.
I like the... I said it earlier that I like that the narrator in this game is optimistic. It gives a different... I think the narrator being different, like a younger narrator, feels... It gives the game a different tone than the first one. Oh, we all leveled up. Oh, very cool. Gain immunity to curse. Maiden of purity. Well, that's impressive. Holy crap. I don't know what curse is, but... At least in this game. One of those things where you haven't learned it yet. You got a different dungeon master. Yes.
Know what it is.
I keep skipping his stuff because he keeps talking whenever I'm moving, and I'm not used to that. I need to be more... I need to react better when he does that. He keeps talking when I'm moving around on the map, and I'm just like, okay, I'm not used to this function yet. The new dungeon master is interesting. I like him a fair bit, though. I like him. I like this guy. I think it's that combination of how he's quietly charming without being... Like, he clearly has a bit of a sense of humor, but he's not... There's no snark behind it. You know, he doesn't have any punch, which isn't a bad thing, I think. Because I think this story... I feel like this story is going to require a slightly delicate touch. And I wonder if this voice actor hits that mark, because that's why. Because this voice actor would hit that mark. So far, his voice has been very, like, you know, earnest and excited, but not inattentive, which is interesting. Let's see, where do the borders of my worlds lie? We are going to have to explore a fair bit to see where things are and where they go. So we will see. It is, so far with this game, the interesting thing for me so far has been seeing the familiar aspects of this game compared to the Isle Dragon Roars. And then being able to contrast it with what they do differently. And I think one of the greater differences that might go underappreciated, even for me, is it might be a bit difficult to spot the differences in how the beginning of the game feels and the end. Because the characters are... We can already see that they're inherently a different party. And just that slight difference in party composition makes for a different game. It's sort of the same way as when you're playing Dungeons & Dragons. If you play modules, people who play modules really know this one. Oh wait.
You approach the remains of a ship floating in the waves and carefully steer your own vessel so as not to collide with the wreckage. As you do, Laddie pulls something up out of the water. It's completely soaked, but appears to be some kind of voyage log.
Is it readable?
Most of the ink is smeared by seawater, but one page is still legible.
Month X Day Y. Came across a shipwreck. There were no survivors. What should have been the treasure hold was no more than a den of monsters due to the number of injured.
On that same page, you see a map detailing where the shipwreck can be found.
A ship treasure and a monster is drawn in a location surrounded by cliffs in the Western Sea.
Deciding that shipwreck treasure may be worth finding.
Cloudy, how's it going today?
The voyage log into your bag.
We're on a seafaring adventure today. I like that there's just a wall of whirlpools there. I'm doing okay. Well, that's good. Okay is a good middle ground to stand on. Woo, see ahoy. Yeah, we have the ocean. It's the tabletop version of when we played Skies of Arcadia. Now we get to have the tabletop equivalent. 15 plus 7 is 22. Ooh. Hey. Attack down. You know what? This guy's attack looks really scary, so I might... You know what? No, let's just try and knock him out. Let's go for... Well, I need to knock this guy out. This is not good. This looks very scary. Okay, well, at least when it's Laddie's turn, we'll be able to finish this up. But, oh boy. But I was just talking about how party composition can change how a game feels. And I think it's one of those fun things with a lot of RPGs is I think the best RPGs give a sense of what the game's mechanics are and give a sense of the story they want to tell based on the characters that you make available to you. But you can really feel that difference when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and especially if you play modules. How's the game going? It's going pretty well, actually. So far, we're exploring the vastness of the ocean. Event.
A fisherman aboard his boat is calling for help to go crab fishing.
Well, we're moving really well, but how's it going?
It's quite well known that fishing for crabs is a risky venture, but you'll be paid handsomely if we land our haul, the fisherman coaxes.
Will you help fish for crabs? I can help him.
As soon as you agree to help, the fisherman instructs you. Pull up one of those
things are
nets,
going well. I think today's been a rather fortuitous day for everybody, it seems. Which net will you pull?
Amongst a tangle of seaweed and fry, you spot a crab leg. A shell crab is caught in your net.
Crab.
The shell crab threatens you with a foam of bubbles from its mouth. It's ready for a fight.
This crab is a mini boss. The crab is a fight. I have to fight crab. I found Kingler at the bottom of the ocean. Oh my god, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's a lot more crabs than I was ready for. What is up with that? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, wait a minute. I'm gonna hit one of these with the attack. Please get hit with the attack down. Nothing. Nothing. And they are crabby. They are angry. Holy crap. Holy crab. Oh my god. Have target's HP roll is 3 or greater. What? True enemy crabs. Oh my god. I am very terrified of these enemies. Oh my god, can we leave this fight? Can I run? I don't want to use a potion for this. I want to leave. I was not prepared for crab boss. Ow.
Oh hey, don't worry. Their coffin card being down.
Spear elixir. Yeah, no, we're gonna... No, can we... We need to run. You see no scenario where you might escape from this end. What? What? Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna use this on her. Yeah, this is gonna suck. TBK incoming. Yeah. Let's see. What can I do? Do we have... I guess the question becomes, do we even have an Spear Elixir? We have one. I'll use it. It's funny because I'm thinking about it now that in the first game, I don't think I ever had to actually use an Spear Elixir until later in the game. So running into a fight like this that basically demands me to do so is kind of scary. Okay, if we hard focus one at a time, we might be able to do something. We just need to clear their numbers out. I think we'll be okay if we can clear their numbers. And if we don't die. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a wipe. Ugh. I think what gets me about this the most is the idea that... I think what gets me about it more is the comedy in the fact that, oh, I'm just wandering around and I did not see this coming. So, that's gonna be rough. That's okay. That's okay. Honestly, I probably... Okay, well, this fight's a loss, but I'm wondering where... I did autosave, so I'm not too worried, but... Eh.
When you come to, you find yourselves lying in the boat. You may not be quite ready for crab fishing yet. The fisherman deftly tends to your injuries. You probably aren't the first crew he's
Oh, thank God. We recover 5. Oh, only 5. I see. Well, wait. That means that I used up an Spear Elixir in a fight that I... that means I have... So I lost the Spear Elixir on that. Ah, that's okay. You know what? That's fine. Honestly, that's well worth the experience, because that was a good enough warning to me to say, hey, you probably aren't ready for every fight you're gonna get into. So I should probably be a little bit more careful. I should probably also just go to the objective instead of farting around like, huh. I saw that crab and I got real scared. I got really worried when I saw that thing. Let's see. Crab trauma. Crab-related traumas. I'm not okay. Let's see. We'll deal with one at a time. It's okay. I'll deal with one enemy at a time, and it's fine. Krama mayhap. Oh. Oh no, laddie. She'll be fine. At least she'll be picked back up when the fight's over, but... Yeah, now, I am well aware that crabs in this game are not to be trifled with. These are demons. High rolls. Okay, 2 5s is pretty good. That did not do enough damage. I am about to get crab wiped. Are you kidding me? Oh boy. Okay. A decent chance. Yeah, I'll run away. You know what? I have no shame. I'm running away. You know what? I'm running away. I didn't lose anything for running away, but I feel like I feel like a dingus for getting. I feel like I could have just won if I had full health, but I. Okay, you know what? You know what we are gonna do? I'm just gonna go back. I am allowed to do this. I am just gonna leave. Yes, go back to Omega Village. I am leaving. I need to recharge. I do not have the means to deal with what I'm dealing with right now. I'm gonna go rest up and get some items.
You lead the party back to your home. You beckon everyone inside, inviting them to rest their weary
I am taking
bones.
a moment. I'm gonna take a rest. You know what I am also gonna do? I'm gonna go buy myself some better weaponry. I'm going to fix myself up. I need some stuff. Okay, let's see. Mercenary sword. I am going to buy that. I want this. Buy and equip. Select tool, equip. Yes. I would like to have a nice weapon. Okay, can anybody else get equipment for this? I see. That's not fantastic. Okay, we'll come back to that. I am gonna sell my other sword though, so we have some other stuff, so we can have some equipment. We can have money for better equipment. This is fine. God, I am not okay with the fact that the crabs just decided to delete my body and my health bar. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
How may I help
Oh God, it's
you?
this guy.
Inquires.
I forgot about this guy. I forgot about that artwork. That man's body. Let's see. Well, we wasted an Spear Elixir. How much are they? How much are they to buy, is the question. 800. I see. And I used one of those on the rough equivalent of a guaranteed loss. Omnisap. Actually, that's pretty good. Buy 2 of those. That's actually pretty helpful. I'll buy 2 of those for later. That's fine. Thank you. That'll be helpful for later if I don't want to come back.
Will that be all? The proprietor asked.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm gonna get out of here. Just... I'm grateful, though, that of all things, that crabs will join in the hallowed hall of ODaM's enemies that make him scared. I'm also gonna send my boy back. He has been... I've been keeping him up lately. We've been doing a lot of stuff lately. Work has been crazy. Let's see. I know there's a shipwreck in the Western Ocean. But I'm gonna also check this way really quick while I have a moment to think about it. The music is very calming in this game, I will say. It's one of those things where the music sets a vibe, and it's very hard for me to escape the vibe. Oh, another box. Yeah, I'll grab it. What do we win? A new box, perhaps.
A monster leaps out, enraged that you have disturbed its.
Why was there a monster in the box? Oh boy. But I kept jumping off the point I was talking about earlier, but the whole thing about how the party composition can change. But when you have, I think you're gonna feel it when you have a game where you can choose your build, or you choose, like, you know, every start of the game is different. I know that anything like that, you can really feel what is available to you strategy-wise and what isn't when you play through a game, the same game with 3 different builds. You know, it's like even just the, you know, you take the classic mage versus fighter versus thief, you know, styles. Because you take those 3 basic ideas and you know, juxtapose them, and you can immediately feel how different those types of playstyles can feel. Remember, that was actually the majesty of playing Skyrim after the first year, was taking the time to specifically build characters that did different builds. The main thing with games like that, though, is you have to have an end goal. You know, you have to have something that you're working towards all the time. Otherwise, you're just kind of doing stuff. Cure all status ailments except KO. Restore 8 HP. Man, that would be a nuts ability if you could just wake yourself up out of... You get knocked out, you just wake yourself up with a gem. That would be way too broken.
After vanquishing the beast, you peer inside the chest. You grin.
What do we win?
Realizing that your find may be able to aid you on your journey.
Please tell me it's money. Oh. It is an antidote, though. I won't turn that down, but... Killer Frog's enemy story. Killer Frog. It's different than Killer Queen. Instead of putting a bomb on anything it touches, it puts...
I don't know what it is, but there's just something so relaxing about the sound of waves, isn't there? I love it.
Man, I haven't been near the ocean in a while. I used to go near the ocean for vacation regularly, but... I haven't been near the ocean in some time. It is a unique thing. I don't think you could, you know, it's a keen difference between when you're looking at a lake versus the open expanse of the ocean. It's a very different and unique sort of sensation. And it's one that's, you know, you can't replicate that. It is wonderful to visit it in, you know, video games and stories and all that, but the ocean itself, getting to see it, a very marvelous thing. It's kind of interesting because it's always put up against the fear of the ocean that I think is inherent, where falling in the ocean, scary as heck. Seeing the ocean, very cool. Like, the ocean is very cool, but it's also very scary. It's a lot like space or, like, you know, the dark or, you know, the night. You know, it's like, I think it's just the fear, that unknown is what the real fear is. We're just exploring the ocean at this point. I feel like doing all this exploration now rather than later will be helpful, so cool.
You spot something blown into the sky from a whale's spout. It looks like it might fall this way, but it's hard to make out with the sun behind it.
I don't know why, but the phrase "it's hard to make out" always makes my brain just like chuckle. The back of my head, it always makes me laugh, and I don't know why. I think it's because, like, somewhere in my brain, I remember one of those old YouTube poops, and I just remember it was the Aladdin one. Vastness is beautiful at a distance, but being in the thick of it means a lot of unknowns. Yes, very true. It's probably why I remember this was something that, man, am I about to make myself, am I about to build, there's the future is an unknown that is that can be very frightening. And I remember that, it was the last time I well and truly had fallen for somebody, was looking into their eyes and being a bit scared and excited because I could see an unknown behind that. The vastness of the future is its own sort of terror, but it's also beautiful in that same way. This is why I have a poetry book, and I am now living under the term of optimistic romantic. But a lot of unknowns are very scary, but I think knowing that you can come back in some places, knowing that you can come back is very good. I think with like the ocean, if it's like, obviously if you're in a space in the ocean that's you can't get back from easily or at all, terrifying. But when you get to sit at the ocean and admire that beauty, very cool. Getting to see the future from a distance, very cool. Seeing it up close and personal, terrifying. Beautiful, but terrifying. Kind of like watching an explosion. You know, it's like we see, you know, there's when we see a true, honest to goodness, like, explosion that is beautiful and fascinating and terrifying all in at the same time, you don't look away from it, obviously, because it's a safety hazard, but there's beauty there. But also I don't know, I was just thinking about that weird joke from the Aladdin YouTube poop that's like, it's hard to make out, and then he gets kissed in the head. I remember it. It's in the back of my brain. Catch it in your arms, hit it with your sword, dodge it. I'll catch it.
You open your arms wide, and what should fall into them but
a crab. Oh.
A monster. It bears its fangs, ready to take a bite out of you.
Another thing to point out.
Have a battle on your
Another
hands.
thing to point out is we are in the midst of a vastness. Cities and interconnected towns are vast. Civilization is vast, but it's not unknown because it's hospitable to us and we are familiar with it. A cutie monster. Yeah, unfortunately, Claudia, all the monsters are very cute, but they still wish to attack me, which is a shame. But yeah, Crooked, that's a great point. Because it is and I think when you consider the world at large, it becomes a bit massive. It becomes very large when you consider it in that fashion. Dead. Very adorable creature. I am still going to send it back where it came from. I wish to delete the boy. But I think because I mean, even just thinking about the context of what is happening right now with this, you know, this stream and later this video, it's like, okay, you're watching a guy from one part of the world talking to other people in different parts of the world, discussing a story that was created somewhere else and being shared in real time and later, you know, in the future. But when you consider all the different factors that adds up to, it's insane to think about the sheer size of the world and its constituent parts. It's like, that's crazy to consider. You know, it's like you suddenly take the vastness of space. Of time and space, really. Because when you consider what certain things are now, you know, when you go watch a video, even just watching a video of a stream, you are seeing a fixed point in time, a game that was made somewhere else and translated by others to be able to share it to multiple areas of the world. And then this video, the VOD later.
Next time it would be good to get a better look before acting, you think to yourself.
Maybe narrator guy. You filled Waterball's enemy story. But I think that...
Ah, the great open sea. Huzzah! What an adventure!
You know what this entire game feels like? It feels like Maruki from Persona 5 is telling me it's like he's the one reading the story, and I love it. I love everything about this. I'm not gonna lie. I love this guy. I love his fervor. He's so funny.
Don't hold back.
Don't hold back. Oh, he has the same lines as the guy from the first game. Because the guy in the first game says a similar thing. He tells you, don't hold back, and I remember that. That one I remember very well for some reason. The only sad thing is we don't have an attack that hits everybody. But that's okay. We'll just, you know what we could do? I could probably knock out this one with one good roll. 8. Well, that's awful. Yeah, that's awful. I probably should have just gone for the other guy, because that'd be less damage to me, but that's okay. But it is interesting when we consider the sheer space that even just small acts now, you know, just even little acts of of community now. Like every time I look at like social media, I consider the fact that, all right, you have connected the entire planet, like, you know, a good, no, I won't say the entire planet. You've connected a large portion of the population of the planet in such a way that now you are capable of taking people from opposite sides of the globe and having them discuss things. It's like the fact that you can yell at a stranger from half of the planet away, or rather, I guess that in that case, it would actually be a whole planet away from each other. Because you
climb aboard and begin searching for.
If you're on two opposite ends of the diameter of the Earth, you're technically a whole planet away from each other, and you're able to yell at each other about your opinions on anime women. Do you have any idea how wild that is as a concept? That you can get into a waifu fight with somebody a whole planet away from you. Like, this person should not even be like like 50 years ago, like 100 years ago. Though a person on the other side of the planet could also make an Earth sandwich. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, you take that idea of saying, oh yeah, you have two people on the opposite sides of the planet. You would never even know that that person existed 100 years ago. Even 50 years ago, it's like, you'd be like, oh, I didn't know people lived at, you know, this place. You wouldn't even have occurred that the world was that big. But now it's like, you can go and actively find people from other parts of this planet on like a dime, you know, and you could just go see them doing stuff. You can see their world. You can see their culture. You can start to understand the vastness of the human experience. There's a word for it. It's called Sonder, when you become intimately aware. We truly live in a global age right now. Yeah. Water stay ring. Well, that's really cool. I'm gonna give that to Laddie. Because we're bros.
When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
I don't know what it is precisely, but there's a comedy in my head of there's a comedy, like, I think there's a certain amount of comedy of being like two people who, you know, it's like, because I remember that was how I felt about Melanie in the first game, was like, this is a character I deeply care for, and it's like, I like the joke though of Laddie and the main character. It's just like, I gave her a ring because we're bros, and everybody else is just thinking, is that a wedding tradition thing? And he's like, what are you talking about? We're bros. Bros for life. Look at that. We have matching rings. Bros for life wearing matching rings. Embarrass the crap out of somebody by doing that. Yeah, man, we're bros. I don't know why, it just makes me laugh, just the idea of that. I think it's because in the modern culture, it's kind of, I don't really like I kind of shied away from this idea, because I'm not really a fan of it, is the boy meets girl thing, where it's like, yes, two characters of opposite gender meet, and therefore they are fated to be a romantic thing. It's like, really? Can you just have friends? Can you have bros? Like, it's not like, it's like, obviously if the story's, you know, conceit is that this is going to be a funny, haha, you know, funny romance story. Platonic relationships are great. Well, and it's like, it's like, here's the thing. I like a well-written romance as much as the next person, because a well-written romance is beautiful, it's gripping, it's touching, it's painful, it's everything that you want out of it. But I feel like a lot of times you find that sometimes writers seem to forget that there's other forms of love in the world, and it can be it's kind of frustrating when somebody ignores that idea. Because it's like, well, yeah, a romance is nice and all, but wouldn't it be cool to see somebody who, like, in my head, the thing I want to do in a story, there's a story in the back of my head that I want to write one day, where you have two characters that deeply care for each other. There's no romance, no nothing, but it's like, I want that same reaction of, and you know, the jury's still out on whether, I feel bad that I'm forgetting his other half, but Achilles, he's in Hades. What's the other half of Achilles? It's the guy. Why am I forgetting Achilles' best friend? But some readings of it You know, like I think Hades did a great job of making it so it seemed like dudes were, you know, bros for life, and also a little bit, maybe a little bit more. Why am I forgetting it? I'm looking it up now. I'm looking it up. At this point, I'm like, no, I'm not forgetting. Achilles. Patroclus. My God, why did I forget Patroclus? It's because Achilles is the one that... he's the poster child. That's the problem. Pretty sure they were more than bros. That's the thing. It's like, here's the thing. I'm not gonna be the one who decides the interpretation.
Ahoy, matey. It's like you can feel the sea breeze.
God, I love this narrator guy so much. But like, here's the thing: some writings, if you look at it, like they were more than bros. Other writings, they are literally bros, and that's not okay. Other stories, like the movie, I think the movie where I forget who was in it fully, but it's this one. The movie I better narrated the first game. I don't think better, but different. Like so far, I think I don't know if I'd say.
A small vessel pulls up beside yours. The fisherman aboard is trembling.
Oh God.
You ask the fisherman if he's all right, and he stammers out 2 words. Ghost ship.
A ghost ship?
He claims he was fishing west of the South Isle when an eerie vessel suddenly emerged from the fog.
I should go find the...
He then hightailed
I feel like I should probably go find the South Isle so I can move the story forward.
Though you're skeptical, Laddie quietly writes down details of the man's story.
I like that Laddie's our note keeper. She's very good at this. Okay, we'll come back to that. I don't know if it's better yet. I do think that it's different, and I like his optimism and the humor. I like his earnest humor, but I do think that the dry wit and sardonic nature of the first narrator, it fit the story they were going for, because Melanie and your main character are very snippy with each other, and they're, you know, but the quiet and intimate moments were really well handled because he was able to settle back into solemn contemplation. And I like that this narrator seems to be more earnest in juxtaposition to the, you know, kind of impending doom and ruination in the story, which I think is it's interesting to see those two play off, to see those two different approaches to storytelling. But I'm curious, I'm waiting to see how that difference will play out over the story. So I would like to see how those play out. Why that man is dripped out of his mind? Electrocute him. What are you gonna say about romantic platonic relationships and narrative? Well, it's like, yes, no, you're right. The thing is, though, is that I think that I think if you write like stories that whatever relationship you're going for, that you make sure that it's still touching, that it's not forced. You don't force characters out of character to make them click, you know? And I like Achilles and Patroclus in the movie version, they are strictly platonic, like very, like they are bros, and I think it's almost more touching at times when you see a character racked with grief over their friendships. Like it's just as powerful, because I think sometimes the movies almost forget, like they almost dismiss how important the friendships are around somebody. I think anime does a great job, like anime and other stories like it do a great job of the whole community of people breaking characters to make relationships happen. Yeah, I am very much not a fan of that sort of thing. I don't think it's very effective or good. I remember I decided to go check something because I haven't looked at it in a long time, and I decided to go look. I have a single piece of fanfiction publicly available on the internet. Yeah, I won't say where it is because it's under a different name, and it's a different thing. And I've talked about it before that I've done it, that was where I got like some of my best writing critiques, was on that particular thing. But the thing that I found most interesting was that even back then I understood that if you're going to break a character to make them fit a romantic arc, that's not a good writing. The character should be intact. Because like in real life, if you're going to have a good relationship, it has to be two people, two characters, two entities that already go well together and work together, even in ways that aren't immediately apparent. Even like, it's sort of like a synergy when you're looking at, you know, like I'm gonna use video game lingo because it's a comfort zone for me. But you know, when you see two abilities in a game or two characters, and you see how their abilities mesh, and you see how those abilities interplay, and you see how they work together, and that's really important because you don't find those things right away. You know, it's obviously you deal with each other, you experiment, you adjust, you learn the other person and you learn the characters, you learn the system, as it were, and you learn the rules, and you understand what makes a good relationship and also what works for you and that person. I'm gonna save again because now I'm scared. I'm scared going this way because now I'm very worried that I'm gonna find something I don't want to. I'm a little bit worried. Granted, it feels like it's probably a good idea for me to check stuff, but I think that I hope one day I can write, because I have a story in my head that I know that there's a character in my mind that when I think about how they'll interact with their world.
Nope. Stop right there.
You can't cross reef cards. He's like, nope, hang on. Hang on. All right, box. Yeah, I'm gonna grab the box. I'm gonna grab the box every single time. I'm gonna grab it every single time when I win.
A glimmer catches your eye. You take a closer look at the glinting objects. Though corroded by seawater, they're undoubtedly...
Wait, corroded by seawater? Gold is a non-corrosive metal, isn't it? What are these coins made of if they're... This box? Ooh. I like that box. Viceroy, how's it going today? I love this box. Look at this box that I have just found. It was given to me by a friend. Copper? Maybe? I guess copper would be the only corrosive metal you make coins out of, right? But the coins are referred to as gold, so...
You discover a shipwreck.
A shipwreck back here does not seem like a good place to look.
And begin searching for anything useful.
Wait, 1,000 gold pyrite? Oh, yeah, because that's a corrosive metal, isn't it? Or a corrosive stone.
Now that I think about it, you say, pulling the voyage log out of your bag and looking at the map. It's just as you expected.
Huh.
This is the shipwreck you read about.
Watch a stream for Sunday with playground games, and I had to play it myself.
As you peer further in, you see a door that likely leads to the treasure hole.
Honestly, Viceroy, Clubhouse Games is like that game is super good. I love it a lot. And also, I tried my best to play 51 games, but holy crap, I could not do it. I was able to get through, I think, like 30 of them, I think. 30, maybe. Clubhouse, not Playground. I mean, it felt like Playground games. Not a mineral person, so I don't know what is or isn't corrosive. I'm gonna go look this up now. I've been looking up a lot of stuff today. But, no, Viceroy, that game it was a good stream. I had a lot of fun with that. That was a lot of fun because I got to test and flex my gaming proficiency because I had to put myself in a lot of different games. I did find that I was pretty bad at some of them, but that was actually kind of fun. That was the fun of it. Sometimes you just have to see, like... Let's see. Is pyrite a metal? It's a metallic mineral. Is pyrite corrodable? Pyrite can rust. Oh, okay, so pyrite can rust. Well, that's fun. I did not know that. I did not know that pyrite can rust. That's an interesting thing.
You recall the log mentioning the treasure hold becoming a den of monsters and turn to your comrades, urging them to be prepared.
I did not heal before entering here. Open the treasure hold door. Don't open it yet.
You see Laddie trembling in fear.
I guess the money's in this game is fool's gold. Maybe.
Undisturbed.
Laddie... Okay, you know what I am gonna do? Actually, you know, I'm gonna make a smart move. Oops. I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna re-enter this area and see if I can, and see what happens. I want to, if I save right now, then I can, if I save right now, then I can just, kind of one of those things where I could just kind of try, I could just come from right here and leave if I find this is a problem. Let's see. Yep. I do know, I'm gonna go in there, I want to see what happens. I probably should have healed, but...
Receiving a steady nod from your allies, you quietly unsheath your sword.
I'm really scared.
Open the door.
I guess some people are trading counterfeit coins, so that's a bit of a problem. But hopefully this fight isn't too bad.
And fight.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but what's the catch? What's the catch here? There's maybe the gold coins aren't pure gold, but gold alloy. That would make sense then. Gold alloy would make a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do attack down on the one with full health. Hopefully. Yeah, attack down. Okay, cool. Okay, so now that one's attack is down. So we'll take less damage. Okay. Ailments last either set number of turns or until the end of battle. Cards cannot be afflicted with more than one ailment at a time. Yeah, so the old one is replaced. I think an alloy makes a lot more sense because an alloy would imply that they don't have enough gold, like as a material, to be able to make pure gold coins. Some places probably do, but I imagine that not every place would. It would be pretty cool to explore how Fantasy World makes alloys en masse. I think it's also, it would be very cool to see a game or a story, like, even if they don't explain it fully, just mentioning, like, hey, some coins aren't getting the treatment that other ones would, you know? Some of them aren't getting the treatment. Okay, that means I could probably finish this fight by just giving an attack bonus. There we go. Then deal the damage. Bonk. There we go. Still under attack down, so... Ugh. But I think also exploring alloys in general, because a lot of games, a lot of fiction stories don't discuss... They don't often discuss stuff like that, but I think it's because for some stories it would feel like such a small detail. But I wonder if you wrote a story with alloys and combinations of metals in mind, I imagine you could come up with some really cool stuff, you know? I think the one I'm thinking about that would make it really neat would be with a fantasy world making with alloys and the such.
The treasure hold is a mess, but you spot a single unscathed chest among the wreckage. You decide to take its contents as a reward for your collective...
Thinking about it critically, you know what would be really cool? If you had a fantasy world with alloys as an important aspect of the world building, it would be really cool if each metal combination or pure metal was representative of an element. Like if you make like a sword out of like, I don't know, let's say just raw iron, it can control like wind or something. But if you make one that's iron and I don't know, let's just say gold, I don't know if it'd be, I don't think it'd be good, but just, you know, for the sake of it, like, okay, and I can say gold is fire, iron is wind, put them together, wind and fire or something. Yeah, especially with limited to no alchemy. If alchemy were unlimited, there'd be no reason not to use pure gold. Yeah, because I think this world has... Oh, knight's armor. Ooh. That's pretty beefy defense.
When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
See. But with alchemy, the trouble is you also need something to turn into gold. And I think that's where some stories say, this is the limitation. And it also depends on the alchemy being placed. Because I have found that there are some stories that have shied away from the traditional forms of alchemy. Which I find fascinating, because alchemy in its oldest forms was... Apparently MH370 has been found. What is MH370? I do not know this term. What is this one? But alchemy used to be the transmutation, the ability of transmutation. But I do wonder if transmutation would be something to chase, but could swap this for a breastplate. The speed loss would be a little bit awkward though, so I won't do that. Can I give you armor, buddy? No. No, I can't. I see. I understand. Poor guy. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna save first because we won, so I'm gonna save. That fight was not nearly as bad as I thought it was gonna be. How is that fight less problematic than the crabs? Like, I got jumped by crabs and that was a problem, but then I fight 2 actual harpies and that was just like, oh, that's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Can I zoom in? I can zoom out a little bit. Okay, cool. We have so much ocean to cover. What the heck? They had new evidence, not that the entire planet was found. So MH370 is a planet? Or a theoretical planet if it hasn't been found yet? No, the plane. Oh, it's a plane. Oh, I read planet. So it's a plane. So I guess if I had to theorize, it's a plane that hit the ocean? I have to theorize. Famously missing. Ah, I see. Okay. I am surprised I haven't heard this one. I keep looking stuff up today. Today the librarian is constantly looking stuff up because he hasn't heard of things. MH370. MH370, the Plane of the Disappeared TV series. It's a bit worrying. Oh, that's the one. Oh, yeah, I remember 10 years ago that happened. Oh, that's right. I remember that now. Okay, there's been new technology that should be able to find it, but it hasn't been found. Ah, so they've developed technology in order to help the odds of finding it. That's pretty good then. Maybe they'll be able to find it. And maybe a bunch of other stuff at the bottom of the ocean too, if it's at the bottom of the ocean.
Great.
Interesting. I find this fascinating. My brain misread it as planet for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, no, but I do remember this one now, because I remember seeing 10 years ago would have been 2014. Yeah, I remember this making the rounds at school. I remember that happened, and I remember there being memes about, like, okay, yeah, that plane is just gone. But it hasn't come back into the collective consciousness in a while. I just haven't thought about it in years. Huh. He drinks water, but that's interesting. Oh, boy. World's in a very interesting state right now. I think, for better or for worse, 2024 is already moving to be a very exciting year, even if, for better or for worse, it's exciting. You know, a lot of things happening at the same time. And I guess exciting is a strange word to use for it, given that, you know, it's a good or, you know, it's usually exciting is good, but I think, you know, it's when you have a lot going on in the year. Oh, you're gonna, all right, have fun at the meeting. Have fun at the meeting, Julian. But I think when you have a lot going on in a single year, it can be a lot. So, and I think this year it's looking to be like a rather dense year for events. It already has been, because I think the fact that in 3 months we've had so much happen that it feels like, oh, didn't that happen last year? We're already at that point where there are some events where I'm looking at it and it's like, oh no, that was just January.
Fight him off.
Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna go for this one first because the little bee dude does not worry me so much. He has not been much of a problem. Ooh, and yeah, the first and second were Pog. The first and second were taken at very different times today. But I'm excited because the next couple weeks of gaming look to be quite the different. I remember Lamino made a very good documentary video on 370 4 years ago that brought some attention back to it. It's amazing just like how things have moved though. I mean, I think it's also just the way that time has moved lately has been very different. I think I'm grateful that right now, with how my life is going, I'm grateful that my life isn't moving fast. Like, no matter how much work I've done, no matter how many things I do in a day, I'm present for the day. But it does also mean that, holy crap, it feels like it's been an eternity, you know? If the speed at which my days move is very strange. But it's interesting though, thinking about like just 4 years ago, something like that happened. They're like, oh yeah, somebody brought this back into the zeitgeist. And yeah, that's still 4 years. You know, it's like, I've been told a couple times that it's like 4 years isn't a long period of time when you consider, when it's like, oh yeah, a lifetime, but it's like 4 years is a long time when you really think about it. You really stop and think about what gets done in 4 years. It's on the cosmic scale, of course, everything's small, but when you look at it on the scale of a day-to-day basis, it's amazing. We'll say we have run into a lot of enemies, so I kind of worry that I am going to be overpowered for a period of time. Oh, little jibber jabber. Just hit him. Send this little jibber jabber back to the, send him back to the ocean. It's like catch and release fish. I mean, I think back on the fact that I've already been streaming for a total of 2 years. Like, this is my 3rd year of it. And it does kind of boggle my mind that, you know, oh yeah, I did 2 whole years of streaming. It's like, oh. And I go back, I looked through the VODs again, you know, I went and looked at what was back on the YouTube channel, and it feels weird that only 2 years ago I played, you know, Shin Megami Tensei, and I played, like, the first time I tried Metroid Dread on a Sunday, and all the other stuff, just like, what?
Laddie eagerly eyes the fishing rod on the boat. Up for some fishing, you ask? Laddie gives a hesitant nod.
She wants to go fishing.
Except, it turns out she's never fished before.
Aw. Will you teach her to fish? Yes, I will. Yes.
You show her how to hold the rod, and she casts the line into the water.
This is beautiful.
Almost instantly, the rod begins to bend. You'd better tell her when to pull up.
How do I do this? What do you say?
The rod bends and fits and starts. You're sure she's got something on the line. Laddie rips the line out of the water at your insistence, exposing a bare hook. Damn.
That's okay, though.
You pat her back reassuringly. Sometimes that's just how it goes.
I mean, that's okay, though, because we got to teach her how to fish. We got to teach our favorite girl how to fish. It's more than enough for me. What the... Island? Ah, this is landfall. This must be the South Island, then. I guess the question now becomes, do I go onto the island now, or... Yeah, you know what? Actually, we're gonna do that now. We are... Lando. We finally... Well, I mean, granted, we finally found actual land. I should land there right now. I went through checking the ocean. I'm gonna go land on it. He was already dead, laddie. Come on. I know that the fishing thing was sad, but, like, you didn't have to delete that man for that. She straight up said, I'm gonna end this man's whole career. Makes enemy attacks less likely to hit. Amazing. Thank you, Lack. He's now able to just face dodge. He's able to dodge. Deleted. Really got turned into an actual deleted man.
You cross the sea and arrive at the
it took me... I spent an entire hour exploring the ocean.
On the South Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in blue.
Weigh anchor at the South Isle, begin the tale of the Azure Maiden. Yeah.
Very well then. Prepare to go ashore.
I will go ashore. We will meet the Azure Maiden. I will say, you know what's one thing about... Whoa. Oh, because we're aground, we can't leave, so we... Oh.
Bright rays of sunlight beam down onto the warm south aisle. Something about the place reminds you of the refreshing cool of the
This
ocean.
music is amazing. What the tale of the Azure Maiden. Holy crap. I did do something preemptively. Oh.
After weighing anchor and docking your ship at the pier, you go ashore.
I love Lack just being in her jacket. Look at the little dude, he's just hanging out.
Utterly exhausted from hours at the helm, you stretch your legs for a moment, then open up
He
your
vibing.
map.
I like Laddie's aesthetic a lot. I feel like the character designs of this game in these games always hit. They always hit for me. I love them. And Laddie's design is probably my favorite so far, honestly.
Once you have your heading, you and the others make for the village of Coveton in the south.
Overton. Laddie's huge hood is
Now,
really good.
let's go.
It's the fact that it's the big hood and the big sleeves. With like, it's like she has the form-fitting like fit, but then it's like juxtaposed with the big hood. And I think that's very cool. And in terms of function, it does have function because the big hood can cover, it's pretty good for covering. So that's Azure Spirit Stella. Octopus. I'll check one of these out right now. What's up with this?
This must be a Stela of the Isle's guardian spirit.
It is an octopus. Oh, there's enemies. I see. This music feels like a less repetitive version of the Under the Sea music from
Fight 'em all.
Kingdom Hearts. Oh, hey, goblins. We haven't seen these guys in a while. It's amazing that these guys were one of the first enemies we ran into in the first game, and now they're not even the first ones we see now. Kind of bizarre, actually, not thinking about it. Okay, I was hoping that would be a knockout, but that's okay. Only 3, that's not too bad. I think the aesthetics of this party I think the funny thing to me is that the one that feels the least the one that feels a little strange is the main character right now. But I think it's just because it's so like plain. Because I think it's in comparison to the main character in the Isle Dragon. He had the really complex armor and his outfit was very, it was very complex. And I think it's just interesting seeing the difference between the two. Also, I just realized that the treasure items are always in the same position, so you can always choose the same one if you want. Because I've been choosing the one with the gold on it, which has been mostly so that I can get more money later, but it is nice that I can get healing items whenever I need, whenever the treasure shows up. Oh, what the? That skeleton looks like he's a bit unsure that he should be here. He has the same face as somebody who just walked in, realized that they're gonna be third wheeling for the day. That skeleton just looked in and was like, I'm gonna go get some food or something. Do you want any? Should I be ordering for more food? Do you need something? My guy looks like he looks like he has to serve a table of like a party of 10 at a restaurant, and he does not want to go over there. Poor guy. And then I had to hit him in the head. Like, oh, you guys aren't ready for the war. Let me just head out. Yeah, he doesn't feel very certain about fighting. He's very hesitant to go forward with the war. He's not really feeling that everybody else is ready for it. Event.
You spy a parcel on the roadside. As you pick it up, you are enveloped in a wonderful aroma.
Honey.
Inspecting the parcel, you read its intended destination was Coveton. You know not its contents. But will you complete its delivery?
Yes. What will you do? I will complete the delivery.
You decide to deliver it.
No one is truly ready for the skeleton war.
Tuck the parcel into your bag.
He wasn't ready to be resurrected. He's very upset with it. He wasn't really ready to be drafted for this event again.
A monster appears. Its nose is twitching as it sniffs the air. Its gaze fixed on your bag.
No, this is going to Coveton.
The aroma from the parcel you're carrying must have drawn it near. You'll have no choice.
I got one step away, and then I got jumped for the. That's like jumping the pizza delivery guy because he's like, "Hey, I smell that pizza." It's like, dude, come on, really, man? All right, wait. If we generate gems, I could just finish the fight in one go. It's kind of lame, but I'm gonna try to generate for it. As long as I have... The key thing is, as long as I have 3 gems at the start of Laddie's turn, we'll be able to do some nonsense. Thankfully, Lack is perturbing. He's perturbing. That's the way I'm gonna describe him. He's perturbing. I think as a... I will say I'm not sure if Lack will be... Well, I'm waiting to see how it happens, but... I am going to be curious if Lack will turn out to be just as fun a stranger, like a strange companion. Oh, holy crap. That does a lot of damage. That is going to be... I wanted to test the ability out. That's well worth it. That's very good. Because I think Mar was also just way too good a character. Because of, like, when you go through the whole story of the Isle Dragon roars... like the first game in this trilogy, I do find it interesting how much how important Mar is. It's like, no, Mar's super important.
You should deliver the parcel to Coveton before it draws any other monsters.
Listen, narrator, I understand that I understand that I'm going to make bad decisions, but understand that they're my bad decisions to make. Also, is that the Azure Maiden? She looks adorable. Crap. Why does that guy have 2 fingers up? He's gonna poke me. Alright, box. What'd I win? Treasure chest ahoy. 500 gold. Probably shouldn't be wandering around aimlessly with a bag of food on my body, but... Since when do I make unreckless decisions? Ah, sweet fruit above. Do I want to throw for fruit again? No. Actually...
Doing nothing. You take your leave.
To be fair, the last time I threw... I'll come back to that. The last time I threw fruit, I threw a rock at fruit. I took 5 damage, and I didn't like it, so... I'm not about to make that mistake twice. Crap. It's just crap. This is fine.
And
honestly, these fights have been a nice way for me to get a little bit ahead. Should have thrown fruit. Well, the main problem, Cloudy, is that last time I threw you throw a rock to knock down the fruit. The main problem was that the last time I did that, I missed and took all of my characters took 5 damage because I got pelted with fruit. I'm not about to lose a ton of health just because I whiffed on the fruit check. My dexterity saving throw is not good enough for that. I need to respect nature and not get fruit thrown at me again. But the experience. You right. Next time we see fruit, I will make sure to try. I'll try it again next time. I mean, it's only a 1 in 3 chance. You'd think that it'd be at least a little bit easier, but oh well. What are you gonna do? Anything down here? What the? Ah, I can't leave the ocean right now. Because we are on the tail of the Azure Maiden. Yes, Coveton.
So hot, you grumble, as you use your shirt to fan yourself.
Dude, My guy, you're wearing knee-high. Wait, he's wearing thigh-high pirate boots. I just realized those boots are not. Those aren't knee-highs. Those are thigh-highs. He's wearing the thigh-high boots to keep water, because they're sailor boots. They're meant to keep water. They're meant to keep your like dry and stuff. He's wearing the thigh-high boots, the leather shoulder pad armor, long sleeve baggy shirt, and the anime style. And you're like, of course you're gonna be hot, dude. What the?
Wondering how Laddie is holding up, you turn and see her squeezing a blue ball of fluff tightly.
What?
She begins to rub her cheek against it. From the elated look in her eyes, you can only guess how.
Did she just steal a monster to cool herself down?
But the sight sends shivers down your spine. Laddie, that's a monster, you shout, readying your weapon.
Why? She just picked up a monster and said, yeah, but it's cold though. Of course she's perfect. What? Ah, the Uber Ball. Happenstance cards will trigger each turn during this battle.
And fight.
Decrease water damage dealt to all allies and enemies by 2. Given I don't do, she's being resourceful. True. Happenstance can occur during battle. You can see their effect with the X button. I mean, I'm not really scared of this one because it perish. Yeah, this is gonna be a quick fight. Okay, I'm gonna charge, which should generate. That'll generate 4 gems in total. No, it'll generate 1. That's still good though. Okay, and then actually wait, no, we'll do try attack and then we can. I think with this attack I'll be. Oh wait, nope. Okay. Well, 15. Let's see, 15. Add 2 to all allies' defense. Oh. Yeah, this is gonna be a quick one. Definitely not a fight I'm too worried about. Let's see. Might as well just deal damage. 3. My God.
Fortune favors the bold.
So it is the same lines as. It is the same lines as the first game in some of these, because I remember also Fortune favors the bold. That's another one that I remember in the back of my head. I store a lot of things in the back of my brain because I need to keep the stuff I'm doing in this week in the front. Though I know that's not actually how the brain stores information. It's more of a visualization, so I can keep track of all the things I recall. Coveton. Now I'm curious, how does Coveton sit as a town? How are the people here?
The village floats in the center of a cove. The gentle lapping of waves fills the air. Coveton seems like a peaceful place, far removed from conflict.
I mean, it sits on the water. I'm pretty sure if you rock the boat, it'll actually rock the town.
As you enter the village, you're greeted by an unusual sight. A paper doll flitters about like a bird above a man's head.
What is that guy doing? What do you say to the man? You know what? I'm gonna ask.
The man sees your curious gazes and explains that he animates it with a magic charm.
I mean, that's fascinating, to be honest.
He claims that all the villagers use such spells to enrich their lives.
That just sounds awesome. Are you kidding me? What do you say to the man?
At your straightforward question, the man appears to be at a loss for words. Now, where could she be? He murmured.
Can I just say also the fact that he just kind of glazes over? Hey, we animate objects in our town to move on their own. It's like, wait, you could just do that? That's a thing you can do?
Though the maiden isn't here now, you know for certain that one lives in the village.
I'm very fascinated by how this town works, because they have...
You thank the man, then resume your search for the maiden.
Is it weird that in our post-Elden Ring world, all the constant references to the word maiden in this game kind of have... I've started to realize how much my brain goes, maiden this. Just thinking about... Just thinking about all that. Hello. Oh, this is this guy again.
The village gets so lively when the maiden is here, the man mutters, his brow furrowed with
But
worry.
You know what does surprise me is this game was written by, I believe it was directed by Yoko Taro, because I know the first one was directed by Yoko Taro, who did the Nier games, or Nier. Hello, ma'am.
Having arrived in Coveton, a woman asks you,
Why is she so
"Are you the
pretty?
postman?" You shake your head no. She says she's been waiting forever at the village entrance for a delivery.
It's almost like confusing the crap out of me that this lady is very pretty.
Her eyes light up when you show her the parcel you picked up. That's what I've been waiting for. It seems the parcel contained an exotic perfume she ordered.
Well, at least it smells nice. I feel like if a perfume smells awful, it's like too much, it's gross, but the fact that it consistently smelled good seems to be interesting.
But the scent of this perfume attracts monsters. Is it really safe to hand it over to her?
What will you do? Can I explain it to her? Oh, I wish I could save. I actually don't want to hand her this now because it was attracting the monsters. You know what? For the safety.
Thinking the perfume too dangerous to hand over, you accidentally, though she frantically scoops it up, the bottle inside has broken. The liberated perfume seeps into the earth and disappears. The woman is for a time stupefied, but eventually concluding that you are innocent of wrongdoing. She hands you a gratuity for delivering the parcel all this
You know what? I'm happy that at the very minimum, my deception check pulled off. Okay. What the? What? 1,500? For breaking it? My God, man. Holy crap. Holy moly. Duh.
The old woman stares intently into a crystal ball. Not ready to show me, are you? She mumbles at it. She tells you she first used magic when she divined who she would marry, nigh on 50 years ago. You can't help but admire her dedication to the craft.
That's terrifying, but also interesting. We have a lot of stuff to do. We have a lot of places to check out and people to talk to. However, I am going to also go to the armorer because I have money. Sir, I have money which I may burn. Let's see. Knight's Halberd. 27 damage. But my speed would be 2. Oh my god. I would have no speed stat. Oh my god. I remember this knight's chainmail. This is the good stuff. But I want that. I don't really want the only problem with this is, oh, that's also 8,000. Holy crap. That's a nice looking halberd though. Holy crap. Look at the art on this. Like the art in this game has always been really, and these games have been really, sir, I have a bank's worth in my pocket. Yes, I have 4,000 gold and this man has a halberd worth 8,000. Once wielded by a peerless knight. Why did that make me sad? It's like in the back of my head, I just remembered Klaus from Stella Glow, and I'm just like, just like in my head, I'm like, why do you remind me of this? Why does this remind me of that? Like seeing a halberd and seeing peerless knight and just thinking, man, man. Let's see. I could buy. I think I would. I think at this point I would like to get some genuinely better armor for Laddie. I think I'll get this for Laddie. I'll buy and equip this for Laddie. Like, as much as I want her to have the extra speed, I think the defense bonus is far too worth it. Especially given that I think her having higher defense so she doesn't get cooked would be really nice. Okay, let's see. We do have, let's see, equipment. Let's sell both of these. And then we have a lot of money, so this is good. We have made wise decisions with our money, so we haven't made any poor decisions yet. Yeah, because now we can sell all of these. We have a lot of these gold nuggets that we can sell, so we basically have reaccrued all the money we used earlier, so we're actually doing really good on money. Let's see. We can leave. Alrighty, let's see. What else do we need to do in here? Accessory shop.
How may I help you?
What is wrong with that face? Why does she look like she got stung by a bee? I guess I shouldn't be assuming, but what? It's like everything that could be wrong with this face. I don't know what it is. There's something horribly wrong. Granted, that's a lot of it's a really pretty set of stuff, but Ring of Protection. Okay. Let's see. Ring of Life. Oh, that just straight up... Okay, that straight up recovers HP at the start of every turn. It would be a slight defense dip. I kind of want to get this for Why do I want to keep getting rings for Laddie? Why does my brain go, buy rings for Laddie? But I think the Ring of Protection would be fantastic for the main character. She looks like a relative of the Witch of the Waste from the Howl's Moving Castle film. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, she does. She actually kind of does. I think a Ring of Protection would be generally good though, so let's get that anyway. I think getting this for my boy would be nice. Unfortunately, we can't give anything to Lack, so that's fine. Okay, so I do think... Well, it's 3 HP, so 3 HP every turn would be really good, but it could also be problematic if I want to replace it with a higher defense. I think we'll leave it for now.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
Yes, it will be. Thank you, ma'am. I do not wish to insult you, but you perturb me. I do remember the game parlor has some rewards if we play there, but I don't know.
This is the game parlor. Come play cards, the boy at reception calls.
What was this game again? I remember the game, but how does basic rules over a game? Yes. Okay. We'll take a quick gander, but I don't know if we'll do this. I didn't do it much when we played in the first game, so I'm not too worried about doing game parlor stuff. Because we didn't do a lot of it last time, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do much of this. Something about this makes me go, Goals to get more points than other players. You get points by arranging your cards into sets of matching cards or consecutive straights. We have done stuff like this before. It will make it work. And try making a set. Okay. I can do that. When the game starts, each player is dealt a hand one card at a time. I like that. Me and Laddie get to be a card together. We're playing together. My turn. Oh, we get to play together. That's nice. I don't know why, but the way that card is framed, I like that. I like that. Draw 2 cards from the deck. Do 2A. Select 2 that have the same number and put them down. And yes. So it essentially works it's the game from last time. I remember now. I remember this. For many cards left over, you can choose one to remain in hand. That'll be the end of your turn. I'll act for all the other players. I don't think we'll play this game super often. You do get stuff for doing this, but I remember that this one... I do remember that this game has... These mini-games do have... I do remember that this mini-game does have rewards in-game. It's so funny to me that in a TTRPG based in cards, your character's within the narrative, and by extension, you are playing a different game of cards. Yeah. You have the ability to play more cards. We can play even more cards. We have cards within cards. Make up to 3 of the same card. So A, and A. This is worth 3 points. Yes. Yeah, it's really funny though when you consider the fact that this entire thing is just a game within a game, and thus is a game that exists in the context of this of what you're currently doing. It is very bizarre when you consider it that way. When you're like, oh yeah, this is a game within. I remember actually that was we saw it earlier. Somebody put it up in the. It was that role-playing game where you play a battle card game inside of it. It's a similar idea where you already have a TTRPG based in cards and card mechanics, and then you have a game within your game where you are playing as a character who is playing a game in the game. Only make 1 set per turn. You can make a 2-card set with the 3s or a 3-card set with 2, 3, and 4. Make whichever you prefer. I mean, 2, 3, 4 has. I mean, 2, 3, 4 is just objectively more points, so why would I not do that? Remember what I told you about sets? You can make 2 sets of 3, but only 1 set per turn. Yes. You only have up to 3 sets at a time. When you make a 4th set, you have to discard a set you have. Yep. Well, I think it's one of those things where it's sort of like it's the same sort of idea when you're playing when you have to play chess or another game inside of a game. But I do think that these kind of games, like the merit of this is sort of like the fishing mini games where, yeah, it's still related to cards and doing card-based mechanics, but it's a fundamentally different game. And I think that that's actually kind of cool because I think the funny thing about this is that this game within a game, essentially. This game within a game, the most important part of it that I think is really fun is that it is actually it's majorly different from the RPG you're playing because it is just a traditional card game. And I think it's interesting that this actually serves as a decent subdivision away from playing. Okay, we aren't gonna do more right now, but we'll come back. We might play a game before we leave Coveton for good. Oh, ma'am. Second, ma'am.
The woman sighs. That maiden's gone gallivanting again today. Despite being tasked with protecting the village, it seems she has quite the infamous reputation.
I don't know why, but it's very funny hearing someone say that maiden. Like they can't use the term they want to use. They have to use the term maiden. Like they can't say the term they really want to say.
Face contorted in concentration, the young boy deftly folds a piece of paper.
Look at this lad.
In the shape of a bird. You ask him about the maiden. I saw her at the maiden shrine, he says, as he tosses the paper bird into the air. Wonder of wonders, the paper bird flaps its wings and flies about, showing you where the maiden's shrine is.
So we have been given our objective. I see. Very cool. I will talk to her in a moment. I have NPCs to talk to. Also, it's been very helpful to talk to everybody.
The man tells you the village may be renowned for its magic.
I forgot about you.
But the tasty fish caught here aren't half bad either.
I forgot about you and your bull haircut and your arms. Muscle Man. I forgot about Muscle Man. Is there anything on this ship?
A well-maintained fishing boat sits anchored in the water.
Look at that ship.
Glance at the catch on board and deem it acceptable.
Deem it acceptable. Wait, what? That just kind of hit my brain. It was like a delayed effect. It just hit my brain. What do you mean deem it acceptable? I'll enter the shrine. Excuse me, ma'am. I'd like to ask you questions about... Can I ask you questions?
At the heart of the shrine, you see a young woman and man discussing something in earnest.
Okay, I know this is a weird thing. This is a very weird thing that just... It snapped my brain to attention. The order of words tends to be man and woman. And I think it's... And in my head, I think besides some historical context... It's interesting because most things when you write down man and woman, you do that. And in my head, it's always been, oh, it's because syllable count. But when you swap it, it suddenly like feels different. But I think it's because she's the more important of the two right now. Because we're looking for the maiden. She looks pretty.
Her name is Fila. She is, without a doubt, the maiden shouldering the Isle's fate.
Why is everybody so pretty in this universe?
The man's name is Hyde. He is the maiden's wise attendant.
I don't trust a dude who looks that well kept named Hyde. Nobody gets named Hyde without a good reason. But also, my guy, why are you so pretty? Why is everybody so pretty in this universe?
Excuse me. I need to speak with the maiden, you say, interjecting yourself into their conversation. Fila whirls to you and asks, which do you think is cuter? Though you're baffled by the sudden and unrelated question, she doesn't miss a beat and shows you a seashell in each of her hands.
Anime style likes turning out pretty characters. Very true. But I think even just the art style of this game, I think there's something rustic about it's the shading. Like something about the way that faces are framed in this particular, the artist's styles in this game. And the way that it's also the angle at which they capture the expression. I think it does a great job of emphasizing and showing off. It emphasizes the right things without feeling like too much. And I think that's really nice. You know, in a lot of cases, it's a very controlled sense of modesty. Which do I think is cuter? The one on the right, the one on the left, the one holding the Why is my man, you do not have the charisma stat to throw that one down. Why I like that. All right, I will say I like that this game has more. I don't want to say it like this because I don't want to like reduce things to comparisons, but an attempt is Riz.
Caught in the moment, you mumble an unexpected answer beneath your breath. You quickly realize your mistake and look around when... Oh my, Fila remarks bashfully. Hyde simply gives a in response.
Listen, man. My guy's trying.
Laddie looks off into the distance, her lips pursed as if whistling, though no sound comes out.
I don't know why, but it's also funny because I said earlier that Laddie's my girlfriend, so I'm just like, yes. My guy, are you just turning into Alto from freaking Stellar Glow? Don't do this. Don't do this. You gotta be careful with this. Wait, the maidens have connections to spirits, basically having they have magic, essentially. They have magic. They all have connections to their specific regions and areas, and they're all associated with a general element. And Laddie has... I see. And the first one we meet has the hardest time catching up in terms of their specific quote-unquote maiden / witch abilities, but gets a big power-up later, probably. Also, arguably also Joker from P5. Yeah, definitely. I love this, though.
Annoyed for some reason, seems on the verge of rebuking you.
Listen, man, I can platonically admire someone's beauty. Listen, Laddie's my gal. She is my favorite. She is my first. However, I am allowed to platonically understand and appreciate the form of the human face. But understand, the mind's construction lie not in the face. So we do not know. I do not know if she is the favored. Only that she is pretty.
Apparently, the maiden and her attendant had wagered on which shell was cuter.
Oh, why didn't you lead with that?
You had heard about the Azure Maiden from the villagers, but now you see for yourself that she's quite the free-spirited woman.
I mean, she seems nice, and Hyde seems cool.
You explain to them why you've come, and ask if Fila will lend you her maiden's relic. Despite knowing the circumstances, Hyde tells you that things just aren't that simple.
I mean, I hope they weren't. That would mean that we wouldn't have much video game to go through. Did I get them to lend you the relic? with words.
You take a deep breath and prepare to persuade them when... I'll let you borrow it if you help me find the pirate's treasure, Fila says.
The pirate's treasure?
She explains that there are rumors of pirate treasure hidden within the Crystal Cave, southeast.
I hope there's
of
not
the
like a
village.
weird like a Pokemon down there.
Pirates, you murmur. You think about it for a moment, but with little other choice, you agree to help.
I mean, this isn't the worst thing ever.
You never change, sighs Hyde. But Fila pays him no mind as she prepares to embark on the adventure.
Does she join our party for a temporary time? Yar. Yar. Fila and Hyde have joined your party. Lack is no longer eligible for battle. What? They took my boy. The maidens and attendants you'll befriend have fixed armor and weapons. You can only change their rings. Oh, we can get matching rings? Also, Hecko, I will say, it's gonna be funny when... would you like to have them explained? No, I have checked them out, but thank you, game. Establishments are here to help, so don't be a stranger. Oh, of course not. Someone must be talking about me. I had to sneeze. But I'm looking forward to when that book thing gets another link added to it. When we get another, we're gonna have another book soon. Hopefully before it was me. No, I'm just saying I'm looking forward to when that book has another. I'm looking forward to the books. But yeah, though, if we need more, the pirates. Let's see the pirates. Oh, I should probably check what Fila and Hyde can do. Let me see what they can do.
All right. Things have taken a very lively turn, haven't they?
Can I swear, it's like in my head. I don't know why I keep linking this guy to Maruki. They're level 6. Oh my god. I am... Oh wait, no, their attack is nuts. What is up with that? They have glass cannon stats. What is up with that? What equipment do you guys have? Azure Maiden's Relic, Malicious Spears. Oh, because they have the spear. That would explain it. He has the spear and only a breastplate, so that's why his attack is so whack. That guy has some insane stats, though. His statage is wild. Adventurers are advised to be at least level 3 and stock up on supplies from town before... Level 3 is the recommended level? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
The Crystal Cave.
Poor game. I'm about to end this place's whole career.
Your party and Fila have become fast friends on the road to the cave.
Oh, that's nice.
Though Laddie seems somewhat nervous to finally have a female friend her age, she looks happy nonetheless.
She's very confused at the fact that...
The loose-lipped Fila tells you all sorts of details about her life, including the fact that she and Hyde are lovers.
I did not need to know that.
Hyde seems on edge about her blasé divulgences. You give him a pat on the shoulder, quietly sympathizing with him.
He's the introvert. He's like the introvert who's just got like hooked onto the extrovert, and now she's running. He has to hold her leash while she's running around everywhere. She's like taking off everywhere. Oh, ain't that sweet? Meanwhile, Laddie's just like, oh, I didn't. It's like, so what do girls talk about? And it's just like, it's the reason I'm reminded of that. Oh, enemy. I'm reminded of that. It was that one bit from the early Ruby series seasons when it was like, it's like, oh, and we could paint each other's nails and talk about boys, like tall, blonde, and scraggly back there. It's like, really? No. And then later, Penny says the same thing. I miss that. I'm reminiscing about it. I think because of the shutdown. For those who don't know, Rooster Teeth today being March 6th, the Rooster Teeth did actually shut down, which it feels strange to even think about it. Maidens and their attendants can join their powers and use link skills together. If one of them is KO'd, paralyzed, frozen, or sealed, the skill will be temporarily unavailable. It costs more gems than normal skills, so make sure you saved up enough. They have fusion skills? That's awesome. What? Wait, what? You just have, like... I wasn't really attached to the brand despite having watched Rivers, Blue, and Ruby. I'm not really attached either, but Ruby's the one that... strikes me, to be honest. Because that's the one I watched a lot. Holy crap. Because I watched Ruby when I was in high school, and that's kind of the one that's kind of the only one I was like into until season 4, and then I was like, okay, yeah, whatever. Because I don't know, I just fell off of it. I think it's because seasons 1 through 3 were really, really cool for me, and then season 4 was just like, oh, that's weird. Like, the writing felt strange, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't able to put down into words what it was for a while, but then I figured out it's just because same story. Yeah, it's like, I know with Ruby, I think it was the...
You can see what looks like a chest within the shadows on the opposite bank. Unfortunately, you can't cross over with the water raging as it is.
Interesting. I imagine we're going to be able to go over at some point. You watched the H-Bomber guy video on Ruby? No, I haven't. I don't actually... I feel like I probably should at least take a look at some of H-Bomber guy's stuff. But I don't know what it... I don't know. I guess I never heard of him until I was out of college. Pretty good. I'll need to take a look then. I'll need to take a gander at some point. It's kind of one of those weird things where I do recall... I've recalled the name a number of times, but... I almost never recall... I never recall him until... Practically until it's too late, really. Oh, I just realized I should have saved up my points so I can... Let's see. Oh, they're going first. Okay. But I definitely can't say directly that it's like the writing in the later shows was ever bad, but it felt like... I guess the thing that I found was that it wasn't treading any ground that I hadn't like considered, I guess. Like it didn't entice the imagination like the first 3 did. That is a cool attack, holy crap. Deadly poison. Deadly poison's gonna be nuts if we have to fight a boss fight down here. Easy peasy. But I do like the... I think I still like the concepts of the world and the storytelling. I just feel bad that the later execution... I guess the trouble is that the later execution was never a point where people could enter the series. If that makes sense. You know, like, it was never like, oh, this cool thing happened in the series, so I'm gonna go enter it later. If that makes sense. It's kind of a strange sentiment, but it kind of felt like, even as somebody who'd watched from beginning to that point, it didn't feel like I had any incentive to go forward. But even returning later, it didn't feel like I had... Oh, double experience. Ooh.
Fight him off.
Let's see. I kind of want to test out that ability because I want to see how it works. I'm going to... I think I'm going to try and get to that ability if I can. I would just like to see how it works. Also because it gives us a chance to actually see the ability without the pressures of a fight. Okay, deal attack plus 15 damage, include water. Mysterious Heart. Oh, they make a heart. That's adorable. That is adorable. Wait a minute.
Teamwork makes the dream.
Couples goals: killing somebody while making a beautiful heart on top of their dead body with magic. That is what I consider couples goals. I think that would be what the.
You come across a large boulder.
Ball.
You aren't sure where it fell from, but some of it is submerged in the water.
Is it weird that this boulder is
obstructing the water's
this
flow?
boulder looks really good. I don't know why. It makes me happy. What will you do with the boulder? Can I push it? Push.
The 5 of you rally together.
Oh, that's right. There is 5 of us. Oops.
Push. And
Aboosh. Oh. World's biggest pebble.
the boulder sinks into the water, stopping its flow completely. It looks like you have a new path to tread now.
I was able to push a boulder.
Fila hugs Hyde in her excitement. He blushes in embarrassment and reminds her that others are watching.
Me and Laddie are like, should we hug?
At their public display of affection, Laddie covers her face with her hands, but peeks at them through her fingers.
She's so modest. I was gonna say, bro, should we hug? Should we hug to make them feel awkward? Bring it in, bro. Just hit him with the bro. I don't know why. I think the comedy in my head is just like, I don't know what it is. It's like the comedy of the bro, of just being bros. I don't know, man. I think it's because it subverts the expectations of traditional literature and romantic roles in storytelling. Because it's far funnier. Because to me, there's more comedy in having two characters that would traditionally be placed as the romantic subplot, and having them just act like goobers and being like the
fortune favors the bold. Being
bros is very funny to me. What is her? So it says her relic, but what is her relic? It seems to be some sort of staff, maybe. I am uncertain. I do not know how that thing works. This cave is the most chill dungeon crawl I've ever done. It is a very nice. It is a very just the associations with the word bro. Yeah, it's like because every time I've ever heard somebody refer to somebody unironically as bro or bruh, it's never like it's always a familial, friendly sort of thing. It never goes. It's like there's comedy in that, you know. And I think it's fun. But I think I think genuinely I think it's also to a certain degree I think it's also just that I like celebrating the different forms of affections that people can have for each other. Like romantic love is fun and it is lovely and it's very strong and it's very potent, but it's also not the only one. And it's not always the most important one. I used to fool myself that, you know, it's like that was the be all end all. That was the goal, was to find. You know, it's funny. I think about it. The more I think about it, I really had maybe it's because I watch a lot of Disney movies, and also because I had things to prove. But I always thought that, you know, it's like, okay, the goal of looking at doesn't always make sense for people too. Yeah, exactly. Like I said earlier, it's like when you have characters that do genuinely go together and you have people that genuinely go together and feel right, then it's natural. It's exactly what it needs to be, but it doesn't always feel right when you don't have that. I think this game has been doing a great job of presenting relationships and the fun, like how people can come to like each other and enjoy each other's company, and even just these tiny, like, this game has not given us a lot to work on in terms of like blatantly written things, but the fact that they give the characters these little moments of characterization that are very quick, easy, and potent. It's really efficient and effective. You know, it's really effective telling for the story when you're able to do stuff like that, you know? And I think that's one of the beauties that this game, you know, we saw it in the Isle Dragon Roars. And we were seeing it here that this game's greatest strength is being able to turn its efficient words and its efficient storytelling into very potent little moments and showing how fast you can endear a character to somebody. Because you don't need a whole ton to get somebody invested. And if you're doing it well, then it's like, you know, it's just part of traveling through it. You're already there, you know? And I think that I think it's also nice because clearly Fila and Hyde have they're opposites in the sense of, like, you know, Hyde is clearly he's clearly, like, you know, reserved. I guess I said introverted earlier, but I don't know if introverted would be the best word for him, because he's clearly okay with talking to people, but he's very clearly like, you know, calm, reserved, you know, tends to, you know, he prefers his privacy, but he also doesn't seem to be like, he doesn't scorn when Fila disregards that privacy. He seems to like, she seems to very clearly understand like, this is okay for right now, but, and clearly the two are able to communicate with each other, which is nice. It's very sweet. Like even in just those little bits of written word and description, you have so much to work from. Yeah, 10. That's some big damage also, holy crap. But I've been trying to keep up on my watch list. I've been trying to watch other streamers, whether VODs or you know, on stream or whatever I can watch, because I want to study, like, because I've been wanting to improve my own streams and understand what makes the big streamers bigger. And I was just wanted, because I wanted to understand, because I think research is the first step when you're trying to understand something. But it's been interesting seeing the different personalities and seeing what they do. Because I've always been under the presumption that being an e-girl. Well, and I guess when I do know that, I kind of had to tell, because I looked at it and I had an interesting realization, you know, talking on that front. I don't think that gender is the important part, but I do think that aesthetic, and by extension, a lot of people, like, frankly, people are drawn to pretty things, handsome things, beautiful things. And that's because on the internet, you don't have to have the same, the same boundaries don't always exist, even though decorum and etiquette and there are rules and manners online, a lot of them tend to fall to the wayside because, to put it plainly, a lot of the internet is a lot more lax about it. And I think that it's that sort of thing can be interesting when you consider it, because I think a lot of people are willing to be like bold about asking questions or saying things on to you know, a personality on a stream or a video, because they are a bigger than life personality. They're a projection. They're bigger. And I think that difference between just that difference alone makes people act differently towards them. But I do wonder if, but I don't think that, it's like, I think gender does play a part into it, but I don't think it's the end all. But the thing I noticed was even the ones, because, I mean, I guess the thing I could even point to with that stuff is, I've seen, because there's a lot of streamers I've seen who try to follow that same formula, and they're not there. Not that they can't, but that they're not there yet. And they're not growing nearly as fast as these other ones. And it's like, okay, well, what's the difference? And one thing I learned, and it's something that I guess I'm already primed to do, is if I have moments of excitement or even my you know, like my frustrations, being able to have them play in, I say in character, but being able to keeping them manageable, but not subduing them entirely. Sort of like having a deep control over the self is a great part of it. A lot of them are playing characters though. And I think that the ones that aren't playing characters are the ones that almost run a greater risk of not catching their stride, if I had to put it that way. Even if the character is just you, but slightly aggrandized, you still have to play. You're still playing a character. There's still a mask there, right?
You discover a chest in the cavern depths. Your allies rummage through its contents, but don't find anything resembling pirate treasure.
No treasure. Maybe it's over here. Wah. But But I think that I think it's interesting taking a look at all the different avenues that people are finding that success. I think the big one is that that character should be like, if somebody were to ever yell at me as Officer Demicky, I don't think I'd ever find it as I wouldn't find it particularly frustrating, because I would be like, okay, yeah, that's this is the open forum in which I may be criticized based on the works I have done and the things I do. But somebody is like, I'm gonna go directly for you, the person, and it's like, the trouble is if you keep yourself too close to the face you've created, it can be very difficult to separate it as being an attack on what you're doing and who you are. Set up your skills. I will set up my skills because we have a lot of skills. I should probably look at them. I don't know where this soliloquy. One of my favorite streamers doesn't have a reputation on screen, live, or PNG, or model. What often draws people in is the confidence to state one's thoughts, the basic leadership skills to navigate a massive chat, banning crowd control, the appropriate reason, and react prominently to in-game events. I think those are the greatest tenets of it. I think the trouble is like, and the key thing is that all those are wrapped in what are you uniquely bringing to your work. Because in the sense of a live performance is an act of art. It's an art form. It's because at the end of the day, a stream is a performance. It's a dance with you, the chat, whatever you're doing on the stream. But being able to confidently move forward without issue and without letting it get to you, I guess would be the way I'd put it. Without letting, like, being able to manage yourself, but also wrapping all of those, the confidence to talk, the ability to discuss and manage the people that you get to hang out with, and being able to bounce off of the thing you're going on, and being able to do all that, but wrapping it in the specific unique form you can give it. Like, I chose mine because I went to school for game design. I love video games. And I think that a library is a great aesthetic for somebody who wants to gain knowledge for use in other things. And given the work I already do, I have all these different skill sets that can go together, and I can put them together to make the things I do. And it's like, and whether or not it'll be, like massive success or moderate success doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is if I make somebody happy, I've done my job. Speaking of libraries. iBooks. Oh man. Expand your library today. Just hit him with I have to hold up the sign, like the I wish I had a sign or something. But it's the key is that, and that's what a lot of the really big streamers are doing, is that they bring their real life and this unique character together, and the Venn diagram there is the streaming personality. Like and I think the trouble is that some streamers do the thing where they want to create lore for their streaming personality, their character, or they want to be only themselves, but they aren't cultivating that middle ground where those two things have to intersect. Like, I discuss real stuff sometimes just because it's like, okay, well, it's relevant to my work, and that's part of the conceit. But ooh.
Just as you're about to open the chest, Fila interjects.
I think you're right to a degree, but things change depending on the streamer.
I tell you, but they say the treasure is protected by the pirate's ghost. She admits with a tremble in her voice.
There's a pirate's ghost? Some streamers I know do not need to be concerned about the unique thing they bring to the table because they are known for something else. In that case, people tune in and just know what they are up to. Also, they are inherently unique by being themselves, but there's a lot of things to provide similar content. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing that voice actors do now. Like, a lot of voice actors, it's the fact that they are a voice actor that people are like, oh, that's awesome, they can get right into it. But it's also because they already are interested in something that voice actor has played in. So they can ask questions about it. And that's just some of them. There's a lot of examples of this though, where like content creators of all stripes have something that they came from already, and then just carry that the weight of their name to their new environment. That's very cool. But I do think that, but that makes them inherently unique because they are already something, and they've built up this inherent uniqueness and this inherent flavor. And then they are, oh yeah, and then also I'm making this content. Like, that's interesting. It's new.
Laddie's face goes pale, and she squeezes Lack in her arms. The poor thing looks like it's in pain.
Oh, poor Lack. He has to be a teddy bear for Laddie.
I'm just kidding, Fila says cheerfully. But then, who goes
Oh, it's
there?
actual ghost.
A voice echoes through the cavern. My treasure.
There's an
my
actual pirate's ghost.
You sense a dangerous aura in the shadow of the chest, and immediately prepare
There's
for
an
battle.
actual ghost in the box. An actual ghost in the box. Holy crap. That's amazing. 90 health. Holy crap. Really? Happenstance. What do we got for happenstance this time? Gain a gem. Oh, that's not too bad. I didn't ask about it earlier, but how is the volume? I turned it up a little bit for this game because I wasn't sure. I thought she was gonna say, I'm just kidding, or am I? She was really like, oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. And it's like, it wasn't. Plot twist, it wasn't very fine. Gert. Oh, just one. Volume is gold. I read it as volume is gold. Well, that's good that it's good. And that it's gold. Let's see. Let's do this, and then... Yeah. Hit him with the freeze. Oh, I missed. What? Okay, I don't think I can poison a ghost, but... Deal damage, inflict attack down if rolls 4 or greater. Yeah. Yes. Hit him with that yeehaw. Okay, and then with my boy and Laddie, we'll only do normal attacks because I want to build up gems. Add 3 to all allies' recovery rate. Okay. Because with the turn order as it is, if we can get to Hyde's turn, we should be able to use... Because I actually want to use this on Hyde's turn so that I can get the attack bonus. What I will do is go for this again. So I'm sure he's post on a lot on the social media platforms to get more reach. Yeah. I have... I will say that I've tried to do that, but I just... Oh, I'm short one, really? Oh, it's 6. Never mind. Go for this then. That was not as impressive as I was hoping. But I post on Twitter and Facebook. But I had a TikTok for a while, but it's still there, but I don't really post on it all that much, honestly. Though I think that's much more just because I'm kind of a fool, and also just I don't know what it is. It's just like it feels like it's mostly just because of my priorities on work. And because I'm usually focused on trying to I'm putting together other projects and stuff. And I'm doing my work on other stuff, so I have to make a concerted effort to add video projects to my workload. But the main trouble is that I mainly just run into the problem of it's just a lot of time to spend on something that sounds like work. It is work. That's the main problem. That's, of course, the main problem is that it's also a lot of work to make a ton of posts for stuff. I had somebody doing it for a while because they wanted something to do, and then I was like, okay, well, do we want to? And then it just wasn't working out. So it's like, well, what are you gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna lower his attack again because I don't feel like dealing with that attack boost. Let's see. Get what you pay for. True. It is true. But I'm not too worried. I don't really let it bother me too much anyway, because genuinely, it's kind of like, eh. I mean, I get enough engagement as it is, and I'm already well aware of the fact that engagement in general is one of those things that you kind of just have to, at the end of the day, you kind of do have to just deal. You kind of just have to play ball, as it were. Okay, I probably should just be using my character because his attack is going to be stronger. Ow. That horizontal sweep does a lot of damage. Let's see. I have horrible coordination to play ball. True. My brain cannot figure out social media personally. The most I've understood about it, like from on my end, is just if you post consistently and you have a general set of posts you do regularly, it's like, you know, it just like it builds up. It's one of those things where I think the way that I always think about it is, as long as I post, like, you know, generally it's like I try to make it 2 to 3 times a day, but usually it's just I write something up, you know, and when I write that thing up, it's usually okay. What do I need to make sure people are aware of when they see my stuff? Like, oh, what am I currently working on? What am I currently doing on my work? I do think my job is a bit weird anyway, because I'm not making videos most of the time. You know, I'm not really doing it's like the content I do is inherently different. And streaming is usually the way. Not probably too much sure it's another 500 followers actually. Well, and I think it's like I know that discovery is a hard thing. Discovery is very hard. I think just getting discovered is it's akin to finding lightning.
Excellent.
All right, let's see if this even works. Honestly, I'm just happy that it deals the damage. Oh, it killed! Yay! I noticed there's some streamers with 2K followers with only 14 views. Yes, which I feel like it's one of those things that it's probably the reason why I don't put much stock. It's like I kind of prefer where I am right now, where I have like the viewer count and the follower count
After the battle,
makes sense in a way.
Finally reach what looks to be pirate treasure. Your hearts race in anticipation as you open the chest to
Okay, before I continue this, wait, what do we got?
Hundreds of colorful seashells filling it to the brim.
Well, that's lovely.
The room falls quiet as everyone stares at the chest with abject dejection, realizing the stories were no more than rumor.
Getting 10 viewers is what I hear is a good number, honestly. Well, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, I think that the follower number is like people put a premium on it, but they don't put a premium on having people show up regularly. Which I try. Which it's like the only thing that I don't want to do with certain things, because I post stream stuff in 3 places. I put it on Facebook, I put it on Twitter, I put it in my Discord. I stopped. The one thing I learned is that I basically stopped putting my stream stuff, like my stream announcements, in the self-promotion channels of other Discords, because it's like I think I've maybe gotten one person to like show up for 2 streams from doing that for like a year. Like it's not like nobody looks in the self-promote, like nobody looks in there in busy channels. Like if it's a very local you know, people know each other type of server, people look in there. And you know that people look in there because the people all talk to each other. You know the people there. But when you're in a big server, like, or at a server where the one streamer is like the streamer who made the thing is, it's like you can kind of tell when they're like a queen bee would be the way I'd put it. Like the other ones always raid to them, they come over to them, but there's no reciprocity in that matter. And it feels kind of like a queen bee and the orbiters, the worker bees.
After a long moment of sulking, you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve.
All right, well, we also need to move forward. But yeah, I think that if you're actually genuinely building an audience, it takes a very long time. If you're going to use all the tips and tricks of building an audience really fast, you're going to find issues because you're going to start speed running your way into all of the problems that come with building up a big audience. Very scary. I'm very grateful that I get to take my time on the road.
She points to the rocky wall behind the chest. Upon closer inspection, you realize that there's a crevice just wide enough for a person to squeeze through.
Also, can I just say that Laddie being mute is actually kind of adorable? Like, I don't know, there's something specific about the fact that Laddie doesn't have a voice, but she's expressive as heck. When I follow went from 2K to 5K in 6 months, really fast growth. Yeah, but do their streams get any more views because of it? That's the question. Sometimes that happens. That's the lightning that you get that rapid growth, and that's the, you know, you get to have that big exposure. But it's like, but is it experience when I say sometimes attention will just happen to you? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's exactly it. Is that sometimes yeah, about 130 from like what was it beforehand though? That's what I'm curious to. Because if that growth is genuine, that's amazing, and it's still like really cool because that is still great. But it's like they also got partner. That's really good. So well, if they got partner, that implies that they had 75 average for a month, or like more than a month or more. 40 or 50. Wow. Well, that is impressive for them then. That's big growth. But that's what I mean is that, like, you know, after a certain, like, sometimes it just happens. You do something, like something clicks, the universe lines up. You get your big shot forward. But before that point, you do have to work towards it. And that takes time. And it takes a different amount of time for everybody. Because some people, you know, it's a matter of luck involved, you know? There's luck, there's all the work in the world, but there is a factor of luck. And it works out, you know? It will come together. Blue fungo. I got the blue fungo story. I need to read these later. Whoa.
A droplet of water falls.
There's an underground lake?
Once the ripples upon the surface still, it feels as though time stops. All falls.
I'll respond in a moment, but I'm very curious what's going on here.
A beautiful underground lake. Its waters glimmering like crystal, stretches out before you in the cave's depths.
Pretty steady growth. Oh yeah, 500 to 2.2k. I know that for me, the thing is that because the main thing I've inspected my own case of, because I hit 300 near the beginning of this year, and that took me 2 years to get from 0 to 300. And to me, that's fantastic. Like, to me, that's beyond fantastic. But I also recognize that my growth rate will be inherently slower because I only stream three nights a week, or 4 to 4.5 hours, sometimes 7 if I'm going on a bender. And my main focus of work is on other projects. But I think having the introspective of, okay, where am I? Where am I going? Where have I been? And how are things going? Is this about right for what you think is going on?
Your collective breaths are taken away as you gaze upon the dazzling sight.
Stream frequency matters a lot, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It matters a lot.
The lake's light reflects in Fila's eyes, and she gently takes Hyde's hand in hers.
Aw, they're having fun.
I'm so happy we can see this together, she whispers.
Aw, that's sweet.
Though you had come to the cave in search of treasure, you found something far more precious.
An experience.
You return to Coveton, basking in the afterglow of such a marvelous discovery.
I guess I'm gonna cut the stream conversation short because, aw, that's adorable. See, that's nice. And that's what I was talking about. Like, oh, Fila and Hyde they're adorable together, man. That's amazing. We sailed the seas and saw wondrous sights with our adventurous Azure ally. Laddie gained memories of friendship. That's a very specific thing to call out, but that's also adorable.
You arrive back at Coveton safe and sound. Ta-da! Fila says suddenly,
Ta-da.
pulling a crystal out of her pocket. Apparently, she took it from the cave so that Hyde could make them matching couples charms.
Wait, Hyde's gonna make the couple charm? Oh, that's adorable, man. That dude's great.
With a sigh, her attendant agrees and says he will need to borrow the proper tools from the accessory shop.
That's adorable. They get matching bracelets, dog. As at the accessory shop in Coveton. They get matching bracelets, dog? That's adorable. Man.
Hyde asks you to wait outside while he enters the shop.
That's adorable.
Fila strikes up a conversation with Laddie while awaiting the other's return.
Aw.
The endless stream of words makes you wonder when the maiden has time to breathe.
Is it weird that I'm oddly scared for Hyde? So the face he makes when crafting amulets, he always complains, but it still goes along with whatever I say.
All Fila seems to talk about is Hyde. Nevertheless, she seems to have found an eager listener in Laddie, who nods with an elated smile.
That's adorable.
Hyde returns. Completed couples charms in
Oh,
hand.
that's just adorable, man.
The crystal charms look as impressive as any you would find in a shop, but Hyde's expression is grim. Apparently, he isn't as impressed by his handiwork as the rest of
Wait,
you.
really?
Fila takes one of the charms with a forlorn smile. I'll wear it to the maiden's ritual, she says quietly.
What? Yeah, but wondering why she looks sad. What do you say? No, I'm not gonna be joking.
Hearing the carefree woman speak of the goal of your journey, you can't help but ask for more information.
Yeah, because I don't know what the maiden's ritual is.
Fila explains that she'll be conducting the maiden's ritual soon. You wonder if it's all right for them to be gallivanting around like this, considering how important the ritual is to protecting the
Yeah, but
island.
what is the ritual?
As promised, I'll let you borrow the relic, Fila says.
What is
changing
the relic? What is
subject.
the what?
But it's far too important for me to just hand it over to you. So, we're coming with, she smiles.
Ah.
Though it's obvious she's just looking to have some fun, you have no
Interesting that's a
choice but to
spear.
accept the new term. With the maiden's relic finally secured, you and your unexpected new allies make for the spire.
Head to board your ship at the pier in Northern Coveton. Okay, well, let's just dip then. Wait, I should probably see if I can buy some stuff now. But I'm just had the thought though that what is this maiden's ritual if everybody gets sad when they talk about doing it? Like what? I do a concern, to be honest. 1,000 gold. Still not enough. Well, we'll be back. We'll be back to it at some point. Probably save while I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I think that rituals are not always savory. Almost never. There's like a 50% chance of them being awful and a 50% chance of them being okay. Like it really depends on where you are. And the fact that maybe I should have taken hints from the fact that the game is called The Forsaken Maiden. It's like at this point with the information I have, I could reasonably posit that whatever this ritual is not good for the maiden. Reasonably, the maiden does not get a good deal out of this.
Fila exclaims in excitement as she lays her eyes upon your vessel. How adorable.
It is a lovely ship.
You grin, knowing full well that it is, and prepare for
I like
departure.
that you're just the character's just like, yep, it is an adorable ship. Look at it. It's a. I'm giving the cons it's gonna be like death, but definitely you'll be isolated from everyone else thing. If I had to guess, it's one of those you become one with a spirit thing and end up becoming a spirit yourself, so you'll be isolated to be the one who runs things, kind of thing. Which would kind of suck. You're likely to come and go from Omega Isle quite often during your travels. By jumping, you can cross the vast seas in a blink of an eye. Use the right stick where you want to jump, press the A. Yep. Make your way north of South Isle to Spirit Spire on Omega Isle. I will do that in a split moment here. Actually, wait. Since they're not officially part of my party, I should probably go check this out. Well, I actually probably should go do this first, because...
You arrive back on Omega Isle. It's just as you left it. Quiet and still. As if awaiting its inevitable destruction.
Kind of perturbing.
How gloomy, Phila remarks. But her softly spoken words are swept away by the sea breeze.
Well, ain't that lovely? We'll enter the spire. Well, yeah, no, I guess my trouble is I'm an inherently introspective human being, so I think critically about the state I'm in and the state of my work very often. Not like so often that I obsess over it, but enough that I understand the context in which my work is found and the things that I am doing, so
You stand before the Maiden's altar again.
Oh, I had to stretch my neck
Lack
again.
What you need to do here. Lack explains that Laddie couldn't become a maiden because of a problem in her heart.
Ah, Kingdom Hearts logic.
How would you even begin to solve a problem in someone's heart, you wonder, scratching your head in thought?
Oh, hydration.
Just
Let me drink
Laddie
water.
begins to cast a mysterious spell.
Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. My God, it's already 10:30. What? I just looked. I'm like, oh wait. I was like, oh, I have time to finish that. What the? All right, I'm gonna try and read this in voice. Kokoriko, Rantaratan. Facts. It's like I think it's funnier when, because this happened last Sunday too, where I was like, oh yeah, I have plenty of time to finish the games. How is it already 9:30? You know, it's like what the.
As if responding to the spell,
Whoa.
the altar begins to glow.
God, the effects in this game are wild.
Now, go into the light, Lack commands.
Take your time, I'll accept the
You
free
do as you're
content.
told, having no choice but to obey the self-proclaimed spirit.
Time flies when having fun. No, exactly. I do think that I did include this. It's in the schedule on Twitch, and I included this as a clause because I realized that this game is longer than 12 hours. So I made a point to include an extra 30 minutes on this stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays for right now. It won't become a regular thing forever, but because staying up till almost midnight is not the best thing for my sleep schedule because of the rest of the week, but oh. Ah, yes, we're gonna make the staircase.
When you come to, you realize that you must have fainted after being swallowed by the light. You gradually get your bearings, and your field of vision.
But we do have
clears.
until 11:30 today to for this game, so
You're in the Spirit Spire, or at least you're supposed to be. Something about it strikes you as strange.
it's the Spirit Spire in the.
What happened, you ask Lack. Go outside and you'll see, it replies.
This is gonna make me emotionally damaged, isn't it? Just slightly. I'm gonna check this entire room just in case, though. The thing about the fact that here's the thing: the fact that the entire room is flipped over does concern me a fair bit. So. Yeah. But I do think that I've learned a lot since I've started my career in the way I've been doing it, so I'm looking I've been excited to continue the work I've been doing. Especially with how it's been going. I've gotten a lot done this year already. I'm very excited. Very excited to share what I've been doing lately. I think the music album is the one I'm the most excited about right now. I'm keeping myself talking because the fact that the game is now deadly quiet is a bit unnerving, and it's a major tone shift. So I'm a little bit doing a concern right now. So I'm going to. How many people come to stream at least once a week? According to the statistics on my thing, if just to be transparent, it's about 3, which is Which I think, what was it? I think last year the peak average was I think 5 for a month's time.
Once outside, you find yourselves in the heart's domain, the birthplace of human emotions. But
What?
is it light or darkness at its core? You stand in
What?
awe of the world before you. It's entirely black, as if someone took a brush and filled it from corner to corner with dark.
Are you telling
paint.
me that this heart was red and you painted it black? Is that what you're telling me? Are you telling me that you saw this red heart and painted black? Narrator, please. Can't help but wonder.
This is Laddie's heart's domain, Lack says.
We entered her heart? What are we in Persona? Well, this would be like a combo of Persona. Wait, no, this is Stellar Glow. Nope, not Persona 5 Stellar Glow. This would be Stellar Glow. What, are we gonna fix her heart?
Lack explains that it's a dream world created by her feelings.
Wow, it really is actually Stellar Glow. Damn.
You can't believe that this is what's inside Laddie. Sweet, kind Laddie,
Aw.
who wears her heart on her
I don't know
sleeve.
why, but the fact that this is my character's internal monologue of this. Look at sweet, kind Laddie. Look at this wonderful. How many new people a week?
Laddie's gaze falls to the floor, perhaps in shock at seeing what's inside of her.
A week? You know, I'm not sure, but I know that Roshu came by Sunday. That was a new one. Want to paint it black? A playlist by Laddie.
Lack points south of the spire. Whatever is eating away at her heart is in that village, it says.
Oh, okay.
Since Lack seems to know the lay of the land, you decide that following its advice is for the best.
But I will say, Julian, I don't tend to focus on. I guess I don't let the statistics. I understand the statistics and I recognize them. As being rated brings a bunch of followers. Sometimes I get the trouble is the last couple times I've rated, I haven't. It's kind of just been I got a shout out and then nothing. Which I never want to sound ungrateful because I always appreciate getting to. I more appreciate the chance to go and see somebody that I haven't seen in a while and streamers and people that I don't get to see often, but it is rather strange how different that works. I'm not sure why. But I think it's specifically the fact that the times I stream don't correlate with my friends who also stream. But that's fine. Why does Lack know all these things? Probably because Lack is I think he's the spirit that's supposed to be tied to Laddie. But I'm uncertain. I mean, like when someone big raids you. Anxiety Town? Yeah, that's very true, Julian, but yeah, it happens during when I was playing Persona 5. I remember Siuni raided me once. That was cool. But nah, I mean, I just also figure that it's a matter of time. People find me when they find me. I have a weird habit of showing up in places. Anxiety Town, oh look, I live there. We all do. We all float here. But the way I've always found myself as a person is that I usually show up in someone's life when I'm needed. Which is really bizarre because it's happened more often than I'd like to ever admit. That I will show up randomly for people. I want holographic glitch cards in card games. You know what I will say, Crooked? If I saw a card, if I picked up a card and it was doing this, I would be terrified.
A shadow suddenly appears.
Oh, it actually is Kingdom. Oh, this is Kingdom Hearts as heck. Wait, what?
It gazes at you with eerie yellow eyes.
My work top just died. I forgot the card. Oh, no.
Aura. You have no choice but to fight.
But I think the only reason I don't get raids is because I stream at a time so I can go to bed at a reasonable time. I stream at a time so I can go to bed before midnight.
Don't hold back.
I will not hold back. Decrease dark damage. That does not fill me with joy. But this is basically, we have shadows, we have the internals of the heart, and we also have A fair maiden who is troubled by the darkness in the heart. Wait, we have the darkness in the heart, and we have the there's darkness in every heart, and we have to, but there is also light. And this really are we sure Nomura didn't get in on this somehow? Are we sure he wasn't part of this in some way? Yeah, attack down. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, that's a big difference in attack. Holy crap! All right, now with that one's attack down, I can hard focus this one and try to knock him out quickly. Ow! Oh, oh god! Wait, I didn't recover his health.
Yikes!
The narrator, come on, man. Okay, well that's a bit of it. That's a yikes for me, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, I need to generate gems, so that's a little awkward. Okay, but I feel a little bad because I just thought about it that I haven't said much in terms of gameplay today about this game, but it's not because it's certainly not because I'm not excited about this game. I think it's just because I already loved the Isle Dragon Roars, and this game is essentially me getting to have more of exactly what I loved about that game. And I also get to have a new story to enjoy. So it's just like, I haven't had much gameplay notes other than just like, oh yeah, the new tricks they're doing with it's specifically the new tricks they're doing with the systems and the cards they have. Because they clearly stepped out a little bit to experiment with what they had with their systems. And they're experimenting with that, and I think that's really cool. Okay, we actually could revive Hyde if we really wanted. Actually, probably could. But I'm gonna do this first. That's one down. I think one of these characters has I think one of us has the ability to heal, or pick up somebody who's down. I forgot. Actually, it doesn't really matter, because I can just do this and win. But I do know a lot of, man, this I feel a little bad, because I think I grinded enough to make some boss fights really easy with my two mains, but kindness, happiness...
The shadow vanishes, but you can't shake the feeling that those final words were spoken in a girl's voice.
Oh god. I hope we didn't just enter Anxiety Town. Oh god. It's just gonna be a million laddies just all freaking out about, I don't know, the world.
Anxiety Town is shaped entirely by laddies' woes. As such, even the most beautiful blossoms in the village have their thorns.
Just like every night has its dawn. Just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. I feel like my ability to remember... God, what the... Wait, there's a random encounters here too? How many people are... How many fights do I have to do?
And
oh my god, what the... Hyde, my boy, you need healing. Live. Live, damn it. Oh god. Oh, thank goodness, you're going for somebody who can actually take a hit. Please, thank you. Holy smokes. Let's see. Does the higher attack? That one does. Okay, good. But I don't tend to focus on statistics unless it becomes like a thing I can celebrate. Otherwise, just like, oh yeah, I know the numbers, I recognize them, I know them, I don't get too worried about them. Yeah, there we go, frozen. The radio is talking about people's best insults. Want to hear one? You know what? Yeah, I do. Now I do. People's best. All right, if it's being curated from the public, they gotta have been like cooking with if they were gonna share it on the radio. Throw it to me. I'm curious now. If I wanted to hear from an arsehole, I'd fart. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that one. That's a good one. I gotta remember that one. That one's good. I like that one. I think the key to a good insult, it's gotta be like a joke, like a punchline. You have to be able to... You do genuinely have to be able to hit them with the... You gotta be able to subvert expectations with it. You know, I remember that was something that I got really tired of when I was in college and high school as well. Just every time I heard somebody just say like, "Oh, they just call you a name or something," you know, they just resort to name calling.
Fight.
It's like, it's boring, you know? It's like, really does get rather boring when you hear somebody they just call you names. It's like, yeah. And next I imagine you'll get real nasty and say words like damn or something at me, right? I never really... Also, you're as useful as a blow-up dartboard. That one's also really good. I like that. That one definitely feels like, it has the same energy as, it's like... You'd be the type who would have trouble pouring water out of a boot, even if the instructions were on the heel. And it's just like, blow up dartboard's pretty... That one's pretty good. It's like that when we were playing that Scooby-Doo, and I feel like I gotta compare somebody to a microwavable ice cube tray. Like, microwave safe ice cube trays is the same level of useful we're talking about. That's probably still one of my favorite things I ever saw in that game, was the microwave safe ice cube trays. Like, why did you invent this? Who invented this? Let's see. We need items. There's a charisma to a very creative insult. Well, it's like, because when you get somebody, it's sort of like... It's like a verbal parry, you know? There was a line in a song recently, I found that I've got better people to leave unread. My god. Just straight kill them, I guess. But I feel like when you have a truly creative insult, you're not exactly able to ever deal with it.
The man sighs deeply. When you ask him what's wrong, he laments that he doesn't know what gift will help him win a certain woman's favor.
What gift do you suggest? Words of love, of course.
Hyde would know all about words like that, Phila remarks. The man immediately presses Hyde for advice. It's a rare sight to see the attendant get so flustered.
Flowers?
For some reason, the man's expression immediately contorts into one of fear.
Why?
Suddenly, the man lets out a pained scream and collapses.
What?
You see blood-red petals stuffed into his mouth. Okay, what in the world happened here?
That's what I'm supposed to be asking. What the hell do you mean? He just erupted flowers after I said, hey, flowers are a nice gift for women. And then he's just like, Hurr! Like, dude, if it was a bad idea, you could just tell me. My guy, if it's a bad idea, you could... Oh no, even the DM is confused. He was just like, hey, that's just in the script. I don't know what happened there. Hey, flowers. You know, given that guy died touching flowers, I'm gonna save before I touch the flowers. Even the DM is like, hey, I just flipped a card over. What the? He's like checking his notes like, okay. Flowers. Flowers? Oh, an enemy appears in the flowers. Oh no. Oh no, who could have guessed the flowers are dangerous? It feels very sardonic to be able to look at that. Oh, hey, that actually is dangerous. Oops. This area, this is not kind to me. Let's see, what if I boost this lad? Boost him. Let's see. Now they're getting Ico with the shadow designs now. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it too. I'm starting to feel it too. Like the shadows have the eco design. They have the. I think the thing that's kind of concerning me the most is also the fact that they're getting like that. Notably, they also have that sort of. It's like there's something about them that also seems sort of Fae-like. You know, there's a sort of fairy quality to them as well. There's something just about all of this that is deeply unnerving overall. Add 6 attack for 10 turns, become afflicted with defense down in return. That's fine. I will send him to the scrap heap of the mind with no hope. In the back of my head, I said scrap heap and then went into a different reference, and I'm like, we will toss it. We will ditch him in the ocean of the mind with no hope. I remembered. How many people listen? How many people here know the band Queens of the Stone Age? Like, I know it's a weird one, but it's one of my favorite bands. It's like I don't like all their songs, but the ones that are like my favorites are like classifiable bangers. Nope. I guess. God, I don't know why I'm using this as I have to use this as my like main example right now, but one of their songs was put into the Fortnite Rock Band mode recently. If anyone's ever played Rock Band 3, they had a song on there called Go With The Flow. It has the cover album with the pitchfork thing on it. It's like it's a red cover with a what the hell is why did I turned into like I turned southern. What the hell is that? What is that? Why is that? How is that? Why do you exist? Why? Who made a baby vase? Not baby face, but baby vase. What are you? Had Rock Band 2. Was it on Rock Band 2 as well? I don't remember. Rock Band 2 is really good though. Had a great song choices. I remember many a day playing Rock Band or Guitar Hero, just sitting with like, I remember sitting with friends until like 4 in the morning, just playing Rock Band. All right, we'll hit him with that Yeehaw Rain Call. Ooh. Okay, that finished the fight. That was good. But there's a song called No One Knows by the song is called No One Knows by Queens of the Stone Age. You ever have a chance, look it up for me. That song is it sits in my head like if I recall it, it comes right back to me. Part of the reason is because the guitar work in that song and the lyrical content is also it's fascinating. But one of the things about it that I always think intrigues me the most is also give me the card. Give me the flip. Give me the flippies and the dippies. Is he still dead? Hey, sir, are you still dead?
Blood red petals are stuffed in the unconscious man's
Okay,
mouth.
good to know. I just wanted to make sure he was still dead. I really didn't want to have a man of the undead flowers. You know what, though? Thinking about it critically, I guess it's not the weirdest thing in the world for this to happen. But I will say this does... I think the thing that's hitching right now... Dream ending soon? Actually, no. I will run this one an extra 30 minutes because... why not? Also because I am aware that this game might take a little bit more time. Oh, yeah, mentioned that. Yeah. Well, it's like I'm talking a lot, so if something... It's like I I can easily wager that it would be one of those things that gets lost in the weeds. But the thing I was thinking about was, I remember I mentioned at one point, I was talking to a friend of mine about this, that one of the things that I think creates greater feelings of fear in a person is the juxtaposition. Like, it's one thing if you enter a scary place in a scary game, and it's like, yeah, you find scary things. That's part and parcel of what you're doing. But I feel like games like this have a greater power to scare people strictly on the basis alone that there's something deeply perturbing when you're playing a game that's, you're having a fun adventure, you're just having a fun time, and then the mood suddenly shifts into horror, into like even just being scary, like remotely contemplative, quiet, fearful. And I feel like this game, like the Isle Dragon Wars always had that little bit of quietude in the background. From the very beginning, we had this like notion of something being off, and a lot of things. There were a couple things that were off, and things that were in the works that were a little bit scary or unnerving. But I feel like this game runs closer to, it maintained a pretty positive, upbeat veneer, and then it made a swap. And I think that it's interesting that this game would do that after the first game, because the first game, and I guess it's also interesting looking at how this, like, Forsaken Maiden and Isle Dragon Wars, up until this point,
fortune favors the bold.
Like, up to now, neither of them they're not truly related. They may exist in the same universe. We don't even have that fully associated. Like, we don't know if this is the same planet or world, but we do know that it's the same series, so we could presume that they are, but we haven't received any confirmation that these two stories are related yet. They might be. What the? Is it just a dead end? What sort of haberdashery is this place built on? I thought this place is a town. What is happening with this place? God. You ever use Meetup? If it's an app for meeting, I don't think so. I used a couple of different ones when I was in college, but I don't think that was one I ever touched. Ow. Granted, the thing that bothers me the most right now is that Fila and Hyde are not... The fact that they don't level up is a little bit confusing to me, because I don't know exactly what... Let's see. Let's just go for this. There we are. Have you had any good meetups from apps? Like, I guess when you say meetups, do you mean like... How do you mean meetups though? Because in my head I'm like, I mean, I've used meeting apps before, like... I had some for school that were just like specifically for keeping group chats together for work purposes, but never formed anything more permanent than a semester from any of those, because I just knew people well enough to be able to talk to them for work. But I don't really use, I guess I don't really use a lot of new phone apps often. Play some mobile games, but finding people similar interested in meeting up people from the internet. Oh, no, not exactly. I think it's mostly just because of a learned wariness of like when I started playing Magic the Gathering again, meeting might be good to check out. Maybe I'll have to look into it. I'll have to take a gander. But I know that for me the thing I did was when I wanted to play more Magic the Gathering, like I go play Commander on Fridays, I went to the store that I first started playing at. Like they moved shop to another place, but I go there now, and I play the game because I kind of liked that I always had something to talk about when you start with a game. pretty easy to have something to talk about. But also it's nice because I go out, I socialize, and I also get to play a game with people I don't often get to play. I don't get to play with on a regular basis. You know, it's like, oh, it's once a week I go play with, you know, new people. Meetup. There's a few open source technology meetups that are pretty good. They have discussions on topics. Ah, I see. Usually, I actually think it's funny because I guess also it's because I stream. I meet a lot of new people and get to talk to people outside of my, like, I'd say I have so many new perspectives when I stream that it's like, it's almost like in the back of my head, it feels, also, yeah, I meet up that meets every week. They go through a few new research paperwork. Well, that's a fun time. Well, it's nice too when you have something when you have people that are of like interest that you can talk to regularly. It's very nice. I will say the random encounter, the number of encounters we've had up to this point is a bit wild. I am a bit surprised by how many. Do you think I've heard No One Knows What He's Once before? The instrumental aspect of it is very familiar somehow.
Magnificent.
I think it's one of those ones that if you have heard it before, you definitely can recognize it. But there's a specific guitar riff. It's one of the it's after the first chorus, and I think it's after the first chorus, and it's this one move that the hand motions are so specific to it that I remember it pretty well. But it's this very like bizarre guitar move. Probably used as a credit song or something. Oh yeah, definitely. I think it was really good when that album came out. It was actually pretty big for them overall. But it is nice to meet people of like interests and to meet people who are outside of your usual circles. It's very nice. But yeah, no, I think the one song that Queens of the Stone Age has done that I think everybody can at least say they've heard once. If you ever played Guitar Hero 3, there's a song on Guitar Hero 3's soundtrack called 3s and 7s. If you don't know the name of the song, you've definitely heard it if you played Guitar Hero at some point. I also just realized that No One Knows is also on Guitar Hero 2. I just thought about that. No One Knows was on Guitar Hero because it was also in... I'm remembering it now that it was in Guitar Hero World Tour as one of the famous songs that everybody liked. Or not World Tour, it was the Greatest Hits one. The Greatest Hits Guitar Hero has No One Knows on it from Guitar Hero 2. It was either 2 or 1. But it was in a Guitar Hero game. But 3s and 7s is on Guitar Hero 3, and I know that one people have heard it, but definitely don't know it off the top of their head. I think that's kind of the case with a lot of Queens of the Stone Age songs, is that they're all... There's a number of bands like that, where you don't know the name of the band, but you know the songs once you hear them. Kind of like Mr. Blue Sky, like nobody knows the band, but they know the song.
The woman sighs deeply. When you ask her what's wrong, she laments that she can't find the right words for a love letter to win a certain man's favor.
I'm very confusion.
How can I explain my feelings for him? She ponders aloud.
Why are these people pondering their romantic feelings? How could she best explain her feelings? They're warm, like sunlight.
Laddie places her hand to her heart and smiles. It looks like she approves of your choice of words.
Well, that's lovely.
However, the woman asks...
I think a fair number of people know ELO, or at least one ELO song. Yeah. Electric Light Orchestra, yeah. How do you best explain her feelings? Unbreakable like boulders.
The woman gives a small frown. Not quite what I had in mind.
Damn, son.
Replies.
Oh no, I have to kill her with flowers.
Pure like flower, the woman begins. Then suddenly looks nauseated.
Oh no.
She contorts in pain as she spits something out. It's a flower bulb. One as big as your fist.
What the shit? Okay. Okay. Okay, lady, are you okay?
The woman writhes in agony as she continues to vomit out flower bulbs.
Oh. She's just constantly vomiting flower bulb? Oh, that's disgusting. You know, I just thought about the irony of that. You know, you ever just think about the consideration of your standards? Because I'm thinking about it, and it's like, I had a more visceral reaction thinking about somebody vomiting up flower bulbs than I did actively thinking about some of the stuff I've seen in video games more lately. Like, seeing Doom Guy punch a dude's head into his chest cavity, not a problem. Seeing half the stuff that Happy Paintings has created doesn't cause me much of an issue, just like mild, like, you know, that's messed up. Watching horror movies, no problem. That just, for some reason, just... Ugh. That gave me the most visceral reaction in the back, in my throat. It was like, eh. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that one. Hit him with that yeehaw. Slap him. I don't know what it is. I think it's because of the... I think it's the nature of it. That makes sense. Like, it's the way that it... Because I know what a flower bulb looks like and what its texture is. And I'm just thinking about, like... Dude, I don't even want that near my face, let alone near my mouth. Like... Dude. I think that's what's causing me to be really uncomfortable with that. It's like very specifically the nature of... Oh, 7. Oh, I did a little bit more. Interesting animation for that. I will say, I feel like this is... I'm checking everything. Also, it's always worse to picture painful things coming from the inside out rather than the outside in. Yeah, I think that's also a bit... I think that's very true. That's actually a great perception, Crooked. Because that is very true. Like, it's one thing to picture, like... Because I think it's like... When we get punched we get punched or something, or we get like... Or we fall over. Yeah, that hurts and that's awful. But it's like... Have you ever tried pulling out a splinter? Like, pulling out a splinter is always worse than having, like, getting hit with something. Or having something, like... It's like the splinter going in is bad, but the splinter coming out is worse. Why is she so... I guess I'm also concerned why is Laddie's subconscious disgusted by flowers? Or, like, why are flowers so part of her anxiety?
And fight.
Let's see. I'm gonna boost my boy. I'm gonna try a new tactic, because they don't really go before any of my people, so... I'm gonna try that, I'm gonna try that attack right now. I'm gonna try the one that hits everybody, because I haven't seen how much damage it actually does. Yeah, because now I can do this. Deal damage. I want to see what this does, because we haven't actually gotten to see it yet. It's actually not too bad. It's a little bit lacking for three gems, but the main thing with it is that it's 3 gems that are it's like in a fight with 4 enemies that are like, what, for 4 crabs? 4 crabs, that would be god tier. For crabs, it would be god tier, but for this fight, it was like, yeah, it's okay. Mainly the thing that I've determined with this game is if you're using more gems than there are enemies to do a thing, those gems better be doing something really important, or it's like it's kind of like a waste of action efficiency. Your action economy, rather. Oh god, child. Hello.
You see a boy searching for something in the bushes. He tells you that he is looking for his runaway cat.
Why is this happening in Laddie's heart?
He thinks the feline is hiding somewhere in the village, but seems distraught that he hasn't found it yet.
I don't like that. Any idea where a cat might hide in the village? On a roof?
You think it's a great idea, but the boy immediately shoots you down. My cat's afraid of heights, he says.
Why is your cat afraid of heights? How does a cat develop a trauma for heights?
I doubt it's, you begin to say. But stop. when you feel Laddie pull on your sleeve.
Okay, we won't shoot him down. Well, child, I'm sorry to consign you to this feel. Ear flowers.
Near a flower bed, he repeats, then suddenly bursts into
thank
tears.
God.
As the boy cries, you realize that what pours down his cheeks aren't tears, but what appear to be flower seeds. Something seems amiss with the village. You had best prepare yourself, for anything could happen in this mysterious
Okay,
realm.
GM, my guy, narrator, my man. You say something seems amiss. Are you telling me that a guy combusting in flower petals and being unconscious with flower petals in his mouth, the other lady's vomiting like flower bulbs, and this guy is and this kid is crying seeds, and you're saying that something seems amiss?
After speaking with the villagers, you realize they all live in fear of flowers. Perhaps there's something about the flower beds you're missing.
There's like a tiger in there or something. Or like 3 really unfortunate types of dudes. Let's go see. What it's like, I don't know, just that there's some comedy and there's something, or there seems to be something wrong here. Like, you don't say, Chief.
Beautiful flowers are in full bloom, though they seem no different than
That is a very
ordinary
pretty card, though.
blossoms to you. The villagers.
If somebody
obviously
said I
fear
could order sets of cards that looked like this, I would order them in a heartbeat. On a side note, I just thought of this because it came back to me. So there is a tabletop game that I remember getting. I have a ton of the pieces still, called Heroescape, that was released back in the 2000s. That was a lot of people liked it. It was a very cool tabletop game, very fun. They're making new sets of it this year, like almost 20 years after they last made sets for it. They're like, oh yeah, we're making new sets because the Kickstarter did well, and it's like, oh, Hasbro's like, yeah, we'll make more. It's like, oh. Nice. It looks really sick. Oh man, what's up with these flowers?
Laddie cautiously approaches, trembling with every step when...
Oh.
A disquieting voice rings out, just as a shockwave hits
Oh,
you.
flower monster. That makes more sense. The flower monster?
That's a heart scar, Lack shouts. No doubt, referring to the ominous light suddenly surrounding the flower.
I think you mean that's some Sonic.exe, not? What is happening?
It appears to be what's eating away at this world.
Okay.
We have to close it, Fila says. You couldn't agree more, and reach out to touch the scar.
I am so confused. Trauma. Approached the heart scar and it appeared in the center. On a side note, can I just say, this definitely is a Yoko Taro thing. Forgive me.
A giant shadow appears. Its yellow eyes glare at you.
Eyes?
And you draw your weapon as if to deflect that narrowed gaze.
Eyes? What part of that had eyes? That was like a giant eyeball. Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, that does not fill me with joy. Oh. Gain 1 gem. Oh, that's nice. I will say... This is actually some pretty good, this is some good boss music. I don't know what Yoko Taro's jam is precisely, but I like this a lot. Okay, hit him with that mysterious heart. Get him, guys. Hit him with the couple's goal. Eyeball of many pupils equals eyes. Crazy. Yeah.
2 fight as 1.
Cards afflicted, yeah, take +5. Oh, +5 damage? That's... Oh, we don't have water, though. We don't have a water attack right now, though. That's okay. Deal damage. We'll keep water, we'll keep water down for now, because... I'd like to land a big hit. Let's see. I'll just attack. I'll attack for now, but I might be able to do something with this, but I'm... Dark damage to all. Oh. Ow. Happenstance. Decrease dark damage dealt to all... Okay, I am going to use an item because I don't want to have problems. Okay. And I feel bad for Laddie, but she's not doing a ton of damage, so I'm not too worried. Water damage. Okay, this is good. Yes. Damn it. Damn it. Still, that's all. Oh, he resisted that too. Oh, he resists. Wait, he resists water. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do attack down. I don't want to take that much damage again. 4 or higher. Yay. Bonk. Lose your attack stat, fool. And then we can hit him with that. I think I want to hit him with that Yeehaw tri-attack, but... Let's try Air Thrust first. I want to see if Air Thrust does more. Well, it's not going to do more this time. Yikes. Alright, that's fine. Oh, okay. Well, that's just immature. He's really just... I guess that's his move, is just using that, so... I'll use Laddie's turn to heal up. We have the potions. I might as well use them. Like, I can't go the whole game without using these potions. We have them for a reason. Okay, he's still in attack down, and... Well, water attacks don't seem to do much. So we'll deal damage, and then... I think Hyde and our boy are gonna have to handle this fight, essentially. Question. Do you resist dark? I know you're made of dark, but that doesn't specify. I wanted to know. Wait, you're made of darkness, but you don't resist dark damage? How does that work? What kind of shadow are you if dark damage does more damage? What function are you, my man? Oh. That's huge damage. For that attack, that's big damage. Click seal if roll is 4 or greater. What does seal do? Ugh. Oh, why did it have to make a wet noise? Oh, it did 8 poison damage, though. Add 2 to allies' defense. Let's see. Cards afflicted with seal cannot use skills that cost gems. That's fine, because I'm just gonna slap him. This is it's kind of interesting, because this is kind of the biggest boss we've seen so far. You know what? I could probably charge a gem. And then hit him with this one more time. I think my guy's gonna be able to do the last hit. I'm pretty sure. Reapply. Okay, now try attack. This is the finishing shot for sure. Yep. Okay. Whew. Not a bad boss fight, all things considered, but I also think that's because it's because Laddie and Roy are really strong.
You did great.
Like Hyde and Feel are pretty strong, but our two characters are just absolutely busted. I'm sorry. Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you became smoke.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense something. Laddie was born to be a maiden and was prepared to devote herself entirely to the
Is this child Laddie?
But her lack of aptitude for the role disappointed everyone in the village.
Oh.
Ever since, bitterness over her shortcomings has festered within the confines of her heart.
Oh, the whole village put their expectations on her, and then when she wasn't matching up, she just... Oh. Laddie. Poor baby.
The shadow vanishes, and you decide to try and heal the heart.
Can I just give Laddie all the hugs and food she wants? How will you heal her heart? Please pick one. Throw lack at it.
This is the reason you brought the Azure Maiden with you to this world. The relic must be the key.
Just, like, touch it.
Lack nods, and Fila holds the Maiden's relic up to the heart scar.
It just sucks it in. It's like... Yay! We've healed her emotional trauma. Aw, the flowers are nicer.
You heal the heart scar, restoring the village to its proper self. Your mission fulfilled, you decide to return to the world you came from.
I have a weird question. If Laddie, the relic's reacting to Fila's kindness. Eh? Trauma resolved. Tuning complete. Yeah, you're right. We did. The tuning was completed. Holy crap. Azure Memories Relic. Brimming with the Azure Maiden's Grace. Oh, that's cool. You have increased the power. Leave Anxiety Town. Now you have normal anxiety. Sir, are you still choking?
The man is snapping up every last red flower petal he can find. Perhaps they're for some sort of gift.
He's gonna make a trail of petals from his room, from the main room to the outside.
The woman is adorning a love letter with blossoms. It looks like she means to decorate it with pressed flowers.
Well, ain't that lovely? Why is this card still messed up? I see. Oh, some of them are just messed up. Hey, did you find your cat, kiddo?
You take notice of a boy waving some flowers around in quick, jittery motions. It looks like he's trying to lure out a cat.
Well, good for him. Now you can have normal anxieties about things, like a cat getting out of your house, or... Well, at least normal anxiety is okay. There are normal levels of anxiety that are meant to be had.
You see other areas painted black in the distance, and wonder if there may yet be other heart scars. Lack says that you'll need permission from Laddie to explore those places.
I mean, that just seems fair. It's her trauma. She can deal with it when... We can deal with it with her when the time is right and when she feels ready to deal with it. That is how tuning works.
Laddie looks puzzled. Apparently, not even she knows what's going on inside her heart.
I mean... I don't know. I can't really hold that against her. Onyx Spirit, Crimson Spirit, Ivory. Okay, wait, what the hell is the Crimson Spirit Stella? What is that?
A stela carved in the spirit's image. What's
Dude, that is metal. That's awesome. What's this one? Let's see. Back into the Spirit Spire we go. This game definitely has a lot more going on than I anticipated when we first got in. I'm not sure. I want that image for a D&D campaign. It's really freaking good. Also, there's something very funny about like the other three are pretty cool, but that one goes comically hard. Kokoro, Kokoriko, Rantaratan, Lippies. Take us home.
Lack's strange chant once again opens a door of light. It seems this altar is the bridge connecting the real world and the heart's domain.
I see. We have to enter Laddie's heart. We do have to tune.
Make it safely back to the real world, but can barely wrap your heads around your surreal experience in the heart's domain.
Oh no, Laddie's asleep.
Laddie is fast asleep.
Aw, poor baby.
You can only imagine how spiritually exhausting it must have been for her to be forced to have a change of heart like that.
Oh. My heart was in turmoil until you helped me banish the shadows. The bond between you and Laddie deepened. I'm gonna guess that if I want the true ending of the game, I have to make sure I do a number of stuff here. Oh, they have a card together too? That's adorable.
What an adventure, Fila exclaims, apparently thrilled to have had such a strange experience before the ritual. You thank the Azure Maiden for letting you borrow her precious relic. While doing so, you realize that Laddie will also have to do the ritual someday if she becomes a maiden. You ask Fila if it would be possible for you to attend the Maiden's ritual. She seems unsure at first, but eventually agrees to let you come.
I'm curious what this means. Journey to Coveton and... oh god. Are we gonna end the night with seeing what the Maiden's ritual actually is, and we're gonna be like, no? For the love of God, no. Okay, we'll learn soon enough. Hopefully. We only have a couple minutes left at this point, but let's see what we have. Let's see what we can do before the time's up. I think I'll just go straight there, because I don't think... I think with this, it's kind of important enough that we go there as soon as we can. Because we can take time to explore next time, and we'll finish up. We'll, like, go check the map out and everything. Return to Coveton.
I'm back, Fila exclaims cheerfully to the unsurprised gazes of her fellow villagers. They seem well accustomed to her gallivanting off on some adventure or another.
Oh, this is nice.
Hyde suggests that you get some rest before the ritual, so you head to the inn.
I see. Lack is eligible for battle. We now have Lack back. Our poor boy. He has not gone to level once. Actually, yeah, that means that Lack... yeah, oh no, Lack's level 10. Oh, that's not too bad. Never mind. And he's on the party? Okay, we're good. We are fine then. We're so fine. Marvelous. Okay. Let's go to the inn. We'll rest up. Please tell me that the...
That night at the inn, you get to thinking about the ritual. It's a right to protect the island, one passed down through generations of maidens. If Laddie becomes one, she'll have to do the same. Laddie, paying you no mind, gobbles down her food, occasionally choking on bread.
She finally gets to eat normal food that's not fruit. She finally gets to eat other foods.
Well, sweet dreams.
Well, actually, no, we had fish the next day. Oh, God. I'm really scared this ritual is going to be messed up or something. Please tell me the ritual is not messed up.
Fila and Hyde await you outside the inn. They tell you that in order to conduct the ritual, they have to visit the altar where the spirit is enshrined. To do so, you must go off the southern shore of the island.
Southern shore? Oh, they rejoined our party. Lack is immediately off the party again. Leave Coveton. Okay. Yoink.
A crowd of villagers gathers as your party is about to leave Coveton. A villager hands Fila
Oh, that's a cute talisman.
Shaped like a
That's
fish.
awesome looking too.
He says that it contains a spell to help you along the way to the altar and a wish for the ritual success.
Well, that's nice. We're praying for you. We love your smile. Good luck with the ritual.
The villagers shower Fila with warm words of encouragement. It appears the free-spirited maiden's smile has uplifted the villagers'
Well, that's
hearts.
nice.
Thank you for always watching over me, she says, with the same bright smile as
Oh,
always.
so the ritual has a chance of failure? Maybe? It seems to me like the failure would be the... If I had to guess what could possibly be the chance of failure is if you don't get there. One of those things where it's like, if you don't make it to the place of where you need to go. Ah.
When you arrive at the shore, Hyde speaks. Now we go underwater.
Underwater? I don't know if this is... Ow.
Hyde explains that the talisman the townspeople gave them contains magic that allows you to breathe underwater.
What?
Hyde explains that the temple where the ritual is carried out is underwater. That's why.
That's terrifying.
Hyde sees that you still have your doubts. Let me show you instead, he says, then activates the magic talisman.
Just jumps in the water.
Come on, follow me, Fila exclaims cheerfully.
Wait, can Laddie swim?
She and Hyde both dive underwater without a moment's hesitation.
Oh my god.
Laddie looks at the water apprehensively, and you can see her pondering her ability to swim.
Oh no.
Before she can drown in self-doubt, though, you take her hand and follow Fila.
You jump in with her. Aw. What about Lack, though?
Stop, we'll drown, Lack shouts. But you pay it no mind.
No, Lack is like, oh god bless. I don't want to go down there.
Life seems to be one odd experience after the next lately. Though you're underwater, you can breathe. You inhale deeply, but only air fills your
Oh,
lungs.
so it seems like it actually stops at your mouth and just fills in with air instead. That's cool.
Laddie stares in wide-eyed wonder at the colorful coral reef and myriad fish.
You know, I
swimming
just had
about.
the weird thought. I would feel awful for her coat jumping in the water like that. That looks like cotton. That is going to be disgusting to rinse out, or to like wring out later.
You find the
What the-
seabed temple resting quietly at the bottom of the ocean. It's now a peaceful haven for sea creatures.
Okay, well this seems like, unfortunately, the best place for us to stop. So we have to find out what the ritual means next time. Ah. That means we have... Heck, yeah, I know, we have a cliffhanger. When was the last time we had a good old genuine cliffhanger on stream? Like, Persona's been having some good cliffhangers, but I don't know if any have hit as hard as this one in a while. Oh, brother. Speaking of, tomorrow we're playing more Persona 3. I did find out something that kind of made me a little bit smad. So in Persona 3 Reload, in the language, when they say, oh, you can't, when you can't raise a social rank, it says you cannot, no matter what you do, you can't raise this rank. What that really means is you have to go visit them once, and then, oh, you have to build up points. So I have some things to rectify tomorrow on stream. And Sunday we're playing Gris, Gris, because I saw that it was on Game Pass, and it got added recently. And it looked like one of those games that just looks really cool. I've never played it. The fun fact, if you ever make a game for Steam and you look at their examples for your banners for like your Steam Marketplace page, they use Gris. They use all of Gris's stuff as examples. So I've seen a lot of the things they use for graphics and stuff, but I've never actually played the game, so I'm very excited to see how that's going to go. So, thank you all for coming by. Thank you all to everybody who came who didn't get to stay to the end. I'm just happy to get to play another game in the Voice of Cards series, because I love this a lot. I love these games, man. The Isle Dragon Roars is really, I love that game, and this game is very quickly meeting its same level, so that's lovely. Alrighty. We were talking about raids earlier. I should probably. I left my Google Chrome on this whole time. That's awkward. That's okay. It seemed like it affected stream at anyway, but should be raiding more, but I don't know where to go. I have a friend playing Cult of the Lamb. Ooh, give me username. We'll go there. Let us go there instead. Let us go there. I also will write down the name. I haven't gotten to write down a username in a while. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can say it. Plen Il Unij. Plen Il Unij Lee. Okay, I wrote it down. So now I can tab off. Alrighty. Now whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now. Thank you so much. I'll see you all soon. Now let's raid.